We're now recording for the re-upload.
Don't say anything too spicy.
Yeah.
Don't talk about the CIA.
No! And we're live. Hello, everyone. Hope you're doing well today. Because I'm fucking not. Not after last night.
No, last night fucking ruined my fucking mood. I'll tell you that. Jesus Christ.
And we're demonetized.
Thankfully, I wasn't dumb enough to be with them. So my last night was fine.
Wow, rude.
Perfectly honest, as all things should be.
Ayo, what happened? What happened is that we finished off Trigun Stampede. What utter absolute garbage.
Yeah, it was so painful. Like, we already knew the show was bad. Like, it was already really fucking bad.
There's no way, like, it was so bad, there's a 0% chance they could have redeemed it in the final 2 episodes. They made it worse. They made it fucking exponentially worse.
They did so much crazy stuff in episode 11 and 12 that I don't know what story they're trying to tell at this point. I don't know why they didn't just make their own show other than, oh, well, we don't have faith in our show, so we need to attach it to something that people will actually watch.
Yeah.
That's what it feels. Yeah.
Literally what they always do.
There was so many elements that were like, it felt straight, like, ripped from the Halo TV show and the Cowboy Netflix fucking thing.
Cowboy Bebop Netflix.
Yeah, Bebop Flicks. It felt so like almost cookie cutter in areas where it felt like they just ripped elements from those shows and then put them in their own. It was that bad. And God, it's hard to even know where to begin because there's just so much wrong. I mean, I guess we could just say, we were right and we totally called that. Oh yeah, they're going to introduce Millie in the second season because they've confirmed that she's in the show.
Yeah, I said to Pagan yesterday, I wish that this was proof that, or I wish we could use this as proof that we're psychic, but in reality, they're just doing the most obvious fucking things possible. And yeah. I'm referring to both the introduction of Millie and the way the fucking, oh my god. So just to explain it quickly, they capture Vash, Knives captures Vash, and he plugs his knife tentacles into him, and that somehow, like, makes him, like, I don't know how the computer is detecting this, because the computer isn't connected to them at all. And, they're essentially trying to assimilate him, erase his memories, and use him to open a portal to, like, the higher dimension, or whatever it's called. And, he's struggling against it, but Knives eventually wins. He's 100% assimilated. Vash is gone, and I told Pagan to pause the episode. I said to him fucking immediately, "You know what's going to happen. You know exactly what's going to happen here. Some small part of Rem's memory is going to survive, and that's going to be the thing that breaks through, and we get Vash back from supposedly not existing anymore." And that's exactly what happened.
Yep. Don't worry, I'll protect you, Vash. You didn't say that. Rem said that. Rem said that. And then he comes back, and I'm just like, oh my god.
And when Vash comes back, he breaks out of the fish tank. Surprisingly, the water doesn't come out. I don't know how that works, but apparently it does. He breaks out, and you can almost see it in the background because we don't get a close-up of him right away. And my thoughts were, oh no, they're not. Oh no. They gave him his classic spiky hair. And, like, it looks so shitty because it looks like a cross between original Vash's hair and fucking Goku hair. It looks like he's gone Super Saiyan. And it just looks like absolute utter dog shit. I hate it.
And now he's like, and everything is black. Everything. Oh, yeah. His coat, his glasses, his arm, everything is now black because, oh, my edge.
Yeah, we're getting goth emo Vash now, apparently.
Yeah. So the issue with the hair is in the original, they could do details because it was 2D. They could make the hair as thin as they wanted, so it makes it, it look like it made sense. Here they're working with 3D models, and they just decided not to make really thin individual pieces of hair because it would take too long. So they kept them like one piece. So yeah, it just looks like Goku hair. It literally looks like they just took a 3D model of Goku, took his hair, cut it like in half so it's not so long, and just glued it to his head. It's so bad.
And the thing too is it doesn't have any of the meaning here it did in the original. In the original, Rem gave Vash a haircut, and he kept that haircut, and it's very representative of, his upbeat personality. The only time it's down is when he's like super fucked up, depressed. And Knives cut his own hair. He didn't let her style it for him. Which is actually kind of representative of his independence, I guess. But here, he has that dumb emo hair that we showed everyone before. And now he just randomly gets the spikes for the classic look because, I guess he has it now.
Yeah, he just magically gets it from this like weird power-up transformation that he gets, and oh my god, it knocks. So when he wakes up, it rips Knives out of the dimension so hard that he gets flung out of the building. And in order to catch himself, he grows a wing. Not two wings, a singular wing. And already it's kind of looking like...
I should have had that shitty version of the song prepared.
Yeah, so very much like very strong one-winged angel vibes going on here. And I'm like, I don't know. That feels like they're trying to like just reference that. Like it could be their own thing, but I don't think so. I don't think they're creative enough to do something. I think they just thought of Sephiroth and like we're like, yeah, our villain should do that too. And then what really pushed it over the edge is so they start fighting. Vash gets some sort of power up where his bullets are now black as well. I don't know how they work. It makes no fucking sense.
Because this is the thing. In episode 3, when Vash tries shooting at Knives, Knives can completely deflect the bullets. He's shown to be like an immune god. And by the way, the insane power he has there in episode 3, he doesn't display in this episode at all. He wants to kill Meryl for freeing Vash. He wants to stop Vash from taking the fucking tree tesseract away. And he's only using his, like, 6 tentacle blades now. He's not using, like, he's called millions of knives. He was called that in the original, but they super emphasize it in his new version because he literally has millions of knives.
Yeah, he has millions of knives until, he actually needs to fight the main character, and then in which case he only has a few.
Yeah. He only has the tentacle blades coming in. By the way, we assume that the tentacle blades were, like, built into this fucking
I forgot about that.
We thought it was built into the stupid fucking foreskin-looking bathrobe that he has. But apparently it's not, because there's this one shot where we see him from behind, and they just fade out of existence. They don't even, like, cut through his clothes or, like, attach to his back in any way. They just literally fade out.
Yeah, it looks so cheap and bad. Like, and it's so weird because they had, like, a system in place that showed, like, oh, well, when he uses his knives, like his outfit like literally tears apart and becomes the knives. So they're attached to his outfit, like directly attached. Like it actually opens up and breaks down the more knives he uses to the point where when he uses all of them, he's not wearing the coat anymore. And I was like, okay, well, that's, that way they're not floating out of him and shit like that. Like just weird. But no, they turn him in, they have a flashback or whatever, some weird like mental shit, and he's a child again, so he doesn't have the coat. So how do they do the knives? Oh, well, they're just floating out of his back. They're not even attached to anything. They just like, there's just like a gradient where they just disappear before they touch him. And
Yes,
it looks
a fade
so
out
bad.
gradient. Jotaro hat moment? No, because Jotaro's hat still makes sense. It's torn at the back. It just blends in with his hair. We see that in the anime. It's nothing like that.
No, they don't touch. That's the thing. They just hover like an inch from his back.
what's a tree tesseract? I don't remember that in the original. That's because it's not. So
It's not.
When Vash is fully assimilated, he's like growing tree roots out of him. They're going all over the place. They completely take over the city they're in, and we even see a fucking shot from space where the tree root stuff, the black tree roots from Vash, they're spreading miles across the desert. Like, it's trying to show the scale of how far these are going. And
it's not just roots either. It turns the roots come together and create a giant rem that starts to try to walk away from the city.
yeah, even though it's like surrounding this tower building that they're in. And oh god, it's so fucking dumb. I hate it so much. When he breaks free, he retracts all these tree roots and condenses them into a little cube full of energy. And he's trying to get it away from the city so he doesn't blow up the city with it. And
oh, and we got some stuff to say there. But during the fight, we see that now his gun finally can do something for some reason to him because he has black bullets now. I don't know why, except for one moment where he needs to reload and he throws his cylinder up in the air and he does the fucking, the thing that all TV shows do whenever there's a revolver where they throw the cylinder up and they catch all the bullets in one motion and they snap the gun closed with one hand on the bullets and shit. And those bullets were just normal bullets. Like, there was nothing different about them, so they shouldn't have done anything. So they get pushed out onto the roof during their fight. This dumb shit happens. Meryl tries to kill herself. She basically runs into the fucking middle of it while his knives are going everywhere, almost gets sliced in half, has to get saved by fucking dog shit. Because I'm not going to call him fucking Wolfwood. Fuck off. He's fucking dog shit. And they fall off the building, and in order to grab the Tesseract, he like reaches out and grabs it, and he grows, like right before he hits the ground, he grows a fucking wing, like sort of like what Knives has, but it's more like smoke, basically. It's weird. It looks fucking stupid. And as they're flying through the city, I was like, wait a minute, that looks really familiar, especially once he gets his red jacket back. So it's basically Genesis. It's literally fucking Genesis from Crisis Core. They just copied it.
Genesis, but somehow worse.
Yeah, somehow worse, because keep in mind, Genesis is not even a good character from Final Fantasy, but oh my god, I just couldn't believe it. And then there's this hilarious part where he kicks Knives off of him and he turns his arm into a cannon and he puts the Tesseract in it. He's going to shoot off the Tesseract energy into space and he's going to sacrifice himself, and that's how he's going to save the city. Fuck you, Knives.
I don't even think it's sacrificing himself, because he's gonna...
They said he would. He doesn't, because the fucking show is stupid. But, like, literally everyone, like, that is watching it is saying, like, but he'll kill himself if he does that. And, of course, he doesn't die.
But they don't know that, though.
I know. I don't know how they would even know that, but they just magically do.
I thought the point of what he was doing is that he was going to harmlessly discharge the energy off into space, so... like, it won't destroy the planet, it won't destroy July. It'll just be harmless.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's what I thought, too, right up until Wolfwood says, oh, but he'll kill himself doing that. And I'm just like, well, one, how do you know? Like, there's no way you would know that. And two, that doesn't even happen.
Oh, yeah, we also forgot the part where Wolfwood turns into a fucking superhero and he's jumping across buildings he should not be able to jump across.
Oh, yeah, I forgot about that. Yeah,
he actually jumps off one of them, it's still a really high building. We're talking like 15, 20 floors at least. And he just jumps off of that and lands on the ground. No problem.
Yeah, he should splat on the ground, but no, he's just completely fine for some reason. And so he like knocks them off, and there's like this orchestra music playing and everything. It's like the big, like, oh, Vash is defying his brother moment sort of thing. And they get up there, and after a bit more of a scuffle with his brother, he fires the laser off into space, and the laser starts pushing him back down towards the planet. And during this, his brother tries to reach through the energy to grab the Tesseract, and he's like grabbing it, and it burns all of his flesh off, so we can see his skeleton, specifically so we can see he has sharp teeth. That way, the audience knows that he's actually evil.
And he has, like,
It's
flaming
so-
eyes and everything. I think,
Yeah.
don't we even see, like, fire within his mouth?
Yes, there's fire in his mouth and eyes, and he has sharp teeth now for some reason, which he didn't have before. It's only once his skeleton is exposed we see he has sharp teeth for some reason. And he gets, like, blasted away, and fucking Vash slams back into July and just craters the entire city.
He fails to discharge the Tesseract or get rid of it. He crashes into the city with it, and it immediately detonates, wiping out the entire fucking city.
Yeah, it just evaporates it. It creates nothing but a crater, killing millions, and that's how he gets his fucking $60 billion double dollar bounty.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's so shit. And then of course, like soon after that, then we get the reveal that he's Eric's now. He lost his memory, and then we get the fucking
I forgot about that. Oh,
and the girl's already there. He's playing the piano that his brother was playing, and she's like, "Oh, it's okay if you don't remember who you are." Oh my god! And then we get the fucking thing on the radio of like, "Oh, you're being assigned a new partner. You got a newbie who wants to be under you of all people for some reason. Their name is Millie Thompson. Yeah, Millie Thompson." And I'm just like, oh my fucking god! They're gonna ruin her too.
They are. Thank God they didn't fucking show her in that episode. I was afraid, like...
I was really worried they were gonna show her. I was like, please no, I don't want to see what they did to her.
If they get to season 2, like, they're gonna ruin their design. But, like, I'm glad we haven't had to see that. I'm hoping there isn't a season 2, so we don't have to see them ruin Best Girl.
Yeah. Oh, also, you gotta love the Halo shit that they tried to pull of, the humans are actually bad, and they tore apart the other independents that came before them, because it turns out that, these weren't the first ones. Vash and Knives weren't the first like they were in the original. No. There was ones from before, and they ripped them apart so they could study them, and they find out about it, and gore, and they're evil, and it turns out the humans are actually really bad. And oh my god,
that's the memory Knives uses to destroy the last of Vash's memory when they're assimilating him. Remember that time we went into the secret room and Rem was hiding shit from us on her computer, and we open up the thing that showed us that this previous creature from our species was fucking torn apart and cryogenically... It's not cryogenic, put in stasis. So, like, it's alive, but it's in pieces. You see an arm over here. I think there's an eye floating in a jar. And it's like... I was afraid for a minute that they were introducing their OC Do Not Steal fucking character, which it still might be. We don't know where that's going. But yeah, that's the memory... Because... Like Pagan was saying, it has to make humanity evil. Humanity wasn't evil in the original. They weren't doomed to destroy themselves. Knives just fucking hated them.
Yeah, because they weren't perfect like them. That's the thing. He saw them as like the perfect beings, and he saw humans as like inferior parasites that, they don't build enough, or they take from the planet rather than giving back to it and stuff, and all that kind of shit. But they weren't evil. That was the thing. Like, in fact, it's like explained very thoroughly from the Seeds Project like leader and everything, that they're not going to make the same mistakes that they did on Earth, and they're going to make sure that everything is green and there will be no pollution or anything like that. They won't use up the resources. They'll make their own, all that kind of stuff. Like it really goes into detail about that. It even introduces religion into that and everything, and like to reinforce it and everything. And they actually have like a really, really nice depiction actually of Christianity and everything. And I was like, oh, that's actually really nice that they did that. And here it's just like, no, they're evil. The humans don't deserve to live. They want to take them. They want to take all of it and kill our entire race so that they can study them.
Well, remember too that Wolfwood's whole backstory is the evil Christian scientists fucking mutated him into an adult.
Yeah. Oh my god, I forgot about that. And then we get all that dumb shit with the fucking mental bullcrap, where it's like, oh, here's this character that we knew for 2 seconds and they're dead. Oh, here's this character we knew for 2 seconds and they're dead. And then we got the only good scene in the entire fucking show, and then he's dead.
Should we show them the only good scene in the entire show?
Yeah, let's show them the only good scene in the entire show.
I realize in retrospect I should have, like, considering what I titled the video, I should have added that extra element to it, but we'll be fine without it.
The only good scene in the entire fucking thing. Oh, fucking hell.
It's a shame that was a fucking dream sequence and not real.
Yeah.
Us laughing at it is absolutely not the emotion they wanted to earn from that scene.
No, they wanted people to fucking cry about it, but it's like, we literally knew that character for like 1 second.
Destroy the child.
And that's the thing about this fucking show, is one, it doesn't do enough to like be Trigun. Like, it just does not feel like Trigun at all, and it doesn't take enough from the original show or the manga to be a fan, or to like encourage fans of either to watch it. It's its own thing, but it's such a really like subjective way. Like, they only use like the superficial. That, my bad. They only use like the superficial elements of either of the manga or the show in this, just to like give it a paint job of Trigun, and they just speed through everything. You don't get any time with any of these characters, and the moment that they like bring characters or a group from the original, you get less than maybe 2 seconds with them, and you don't even like talk to them. They're literally just there as like gun fodder for 2 seconds, and then nothing else. You get no dialogue with them. You get no motivation. You don't even get to see the leader of some of these fucking groups and stuff that were in the original. They're literally just nothing, and it just runs by, and then they expect you to care about them.
Yeah,
it's like, we got less than 2 seconds with them. How am I supposed to give a shit about them?
I can't remember if we mentioned this on a previous stream, but like in the original, there's the Neon Gang that attacked the Sand Steamer, and the entire plot of that episode was the fact that this gang is attacking the Sand Steamer. They've got their leader there. In this new version, like, the low tier goons or grunts show up, but the leader doesn't. Neon just isn't there himself, and I think like all the little goons just kind of fucking get Thanos snapped as soon as they're not needed anymore.
Yeah, they do this weird thing where now for some reason they've decided, oh, Vash isn't he's not a sharpshooter, he's a martial artist, and he knocks out all the goons in the hallway, and then we basically never see them again after that.
Yeah. And
it's like, wow, what a fucking completely dog shit way of introducing this. Like, you literally took the most superficial aspect of that episode, put it in there for 2 seconds, and then moved on. Like, fucking hell. And they do that with everything. Everything is like this. It's like you get 2 seconds with a character or a group, and they get no depth to them whatsoever. Nothing is fleshed out. They're just there to get their asses kicked, and then they're just gone. They're just Thanos snapped away, and you never see them again. God, I hate this fucking show. I can't believe people are praising it. I just watched a fucking review someone did. It was posted in suggestions.
And we might cover it, depending on how bad it is.
Yeah, we might cover it, and man, it is bad. It is so bad. He unironically pulls the fucking, oh, well, this is just modern anime. There's nothing wrong with that. It's just how anime is now. It's like, that's a problem. That's not a good thing, my guy.
Modern Star Trek is dog... Sorry. Well, yeah, Star Trek... Well, Picard Season 3 is apparently good. Modern Star Wars is absolute dog shit. Oh, well, that's just the way modern Star Wars is.
Yeah, that's unironically his argument in the video. It is so bad, and he doesn't call Vash Vash. He calls him Vosh. Every time he says his name, he says Vosh and knives, and I'm like, did you even watch the fucking show you're talking about? Like, they don't even call him Vosh in the new one. What are you talking about?
Andor exists. I haven't watched Andor. And people are asking in chat, what are our thoughts on Mando Season 3? I haven't been watching Mando Season 3 because why would I subject myself to that if I'm not finding a way to fucking monetize it?
I haven't even been watching it at all. The only stuff I've even seen from Mando is literally just like the EFAP stuff. That's it.
Yeah. Vash, no! Don't touch the horse! No! Jesus Christ.
Oh god, I hate this fucking show. I hope to God it doesn't get a season 2, but unfortunately, people seem to be eating this shit up. I don't know why. I don't know what people see in this show that they're like, "Oh, it's so good. It's so good. It stands on its own merits. It's so good. It doesn't need to be fucking compared to the original at all because it's just so good." I'm like, "Where? Where are you seeing the good? I'm not seeing anything. The animation is awful. The story is basically non-existent. You're not allowed to have a mystery in this show for 2 seconds without them just revealing it and being like, "Oh no, pay no attention to that." You get no time with the characters. Nothing makes sense. There's just random shit happening because my plot demands it. It's so bad. There's not a single good aspect I can think of in this show.
But
people still just eat it up.
There is one good aspect I can think of in this show, Pagan.
Ah, you're right. That Rolo, in Rolo we trust. In Rolo we trust.
And I'm not joking, by the way. That one moment is the only thing from the show I liked. Actually, I shouldn't say that. I do kind of like how the Colorado family was sort of redeemed. I wish it was handled better, though. I like the idea of it.
I like the idea, but it just wasn't handled very well. The Nebraska family could have been redeemed in a way that could have worked if they had made like a return appearance or something. But of course, they killed the fucking Trog, and then I'm pretty sure the fucking science dude died somewhere near the end of the fourth or fifth episode.
He got his arm cut off, and then we never see him again. And then the entire town gets turned into cubes. So I'm assuming he's gone.
Yeah. So they just do nothing with that at all. So I can't really say I like that either. The only thing I can really think of, which, funny enough, the one thing that the dude points out that like he thought was really good as well, where he tries to show like a clip that like really shows how good the show actually is, and it's literally just that one moment of him dodging the bullets and hitting the guy in the back of the head.
Oh
and
yeah,
it's like, oh yeah, so you use the one thing that everyone agrees that, oh yeah, that looks decent, as your thing of like proof that the show is good. Okay.
Just like miniature nerd doing is like, what do you mean? How do I have to spell it out to you? I already showed you everything, and he only did the choice from a single quest when all the rest of the game isn't like that at all.
Yeah, it's exactly like that. It felt exactly like that when I watched the video. It's so bad.
Creetosis, thoughts on the Last of Us show? Why the fuck would I watch the Last of Us show when it's leading to Last of Us 2 fucking Abby Smash?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I guess while there's a brief lull, $5 from Strip Mall Divorce Lawyer. Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, that was quite a while ago. So.
Yeah, I was meaning to grab that, but look, we have to make them understand how bad Trigun Stampede is.
Yes, I agree. Though.
Yeah, it's so fucking bad.
From Amora Silverspark in chat, I want that clip. Okay, do you want the clip as is, or do you want me to add the 5 Gum intro to it? Because that's kind of what I want to do now, considering what I titled it. I can link the clip to you, though, so you can get it.
Give me 1 second, I will be right back.
It's funny that he leaves. I was literally just about to go into talking about Cario.
As is, please. Okay, message me on Discord and I can send it to you. Who is Longman and why is he bad on the bingo card? Brain no worky this afternoon. Longman bad is an EFAT meme that came about from people complaining that, oh, your videos are long, that means they're bad. And I don't know if this happens to everyone who makes long videos, but it certainly happened to me. And there's people that we cover from time to time who will make comments to that effect. Even people who they themselves make fucking 8-hour videos, so, you know, go ahead and get fucked.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
$10 from Calbeck. Thank you. Let's hear the Stag crew attempt to steelman the use of 22 caliber rounds for anything in Trigun. That's not possible.
My god!
They don't know anything about firearms in Trigun. It's pretty fucking obvious. Like in the episode I got to, Vash is like, I think it's a pretty good gun. It's only 3 feet off at 10 yards. I'm like, that's 30 fucking feet and it's 3 inches off. It's like, what the fuck is wrong with you? I know I said 3 feet at first, but I meant 3 inches.
Yeah, I was about to say,
Like,
it's
holy
not that
shit,
bad.
your barrel is mad fucked.
Yeah, I don't think they understood ballistics very well in the original, which makes sense. It's Japan, but
now I would have accepted even if they said 223 as ammunition. I would have been fine with that. That'd make more sense.
Okay, well, now here's the thing: in the original or in the original show, he doesn't use 22. It's in Trigun Stampede that he uses a 22 caliber in his massively oversized pistol that looks like a shotgun.
Yeah. Which,
in the original,
honestly,
it's
should
45
be
long.
44.
It's 45 long.
Oh, 45 long Colt in the original? Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
That does make more sense. Because then it has to contrast with the Derringer, after all.
Yeah, exactly.
By the way, is there such... You might know this, Setch. Is there such a thing as a Derringer that shoots 2 bullets?
Yeah.
Oh. Like
yeah, there's Derringers that shoot...
Okay, I wasn't aware of that, because
it should be you fire one, then you recock it, and then it fires the other one.
Oh no, that's not how this one works.
No, that's not how this one works.
This one has 2 barrels.
It does.
But I mean, you have Derringers that have 4 barrels or more.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's not the issue that it has multiple barrels. It's that it's a double action is the problem in Trigun Stampede. Her Derringer is a double action.
What?
Yeah, it doesn't work at all. It's a double action Derringer that fires both barrels individually, but with the same hammer.
I mean, you can fire both barrels individually with the same hammer. It all depends on your mechanisms. Like, it just would take more tooling. Like, if it fires once, then you can have it jump down to fire to the next one. So you can have a hammer that falls down into place to hit the next one. But then it would reset. You just have to have kind of like a good way to describe it. It's kind of like on a car. It'd be like a piston, right? You'd have your hammer connected to a piston system where when the piston system is up, the hammer is at its top point, hitting the top barrel. When the piston is down, the hammer is down, hitting the lower barrel.
Yeah, actually, now that I think about it, it doesn't really have like a hammer. It has like it just has a firing pin inside of it, because when it comes down, it has like this little latch that it's like a square latch that locks onto the back of the thing when it closes, so that the barrels don't pop up when they're not supposed to. But yeah, it's got a single trigger, and she can fire 2 shots without resetting anything. She just pulls the trigger twice, and she can fire 2 shots with it.
Yeah, I don't know why you wouldn't have to reset the hammer, but I mean, I guess you could do a double action Derringer. I don't know why, because double action means it would have to take up the entire slack of drawing the hammer back itself and then firing it at the same time. Oh,
yeah, it's weird. I just don't really like how they did it. The Derringer is probably the least amount of the issues though. Like of all the guns we see in the show, the Derringer is probably like the least egregious.
Yeah.
It's everything else that I have a problem with, where it's like, oh my god, especially Vash's gun. I hate Vash's gun. I don't know why they fucking made it look like that. It looks so bad. And then the fact that they actually confirm that it shoots 22 bullets, and it's like, what is that going to do against anything, especially with the armor and shit that they have in this universe, especially against knives who could just bullets. It's like a 22 isn't going to do anything.
Well, he can block bullets until they get painted black, and then he can't fucking do shit against them.
Yeah, and the funny thing is, I looked at that closer because I thought, is it like, oh, is it just like a fancy casing and bullet, but it's not the whole thing? No, they're literally just like a solid piece of metal that he's putting in his gun. So there's no casing or anything. It's just firing because of magic at the...
Oh, it's crowd space magic. Nice.
Also,
Yeah,
I can't remember if we mentioned this on a previous stream when we talked about Trigun Stampede, but there was an episode where he got shot and he digs the bullet out, and it's not the bullet, it's the bullet and the casing still fucking connected to each other.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Yeah, they do the fucking...
Here
they
at
do
After
the
Trigun,
sin.
we fire the whole bullet. That's 30% more bullet for each bullet.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I can't believe they showed that. Yeah, he shoots the bullet, and the fucking casing is still attached to the bullet when it comes out of the gun, and I'm like, oh my god, I can't believe they did that. And then when he gets his power up, he's literally just putting just metal, like just really long bullets into his gun. There's no casing on them. So he's just putting really long bullet tips into his gun and shooting them off magically somehow. And somehow they do more damage.
Wow. But I wanted to read a comment that I thought was funny.
Alright.
Here, from Mitch6820. Time to put some 45 long Colt plus P plus in my 4-barrel double action Derringer for maximum cool kit factor and maximal wrist snapping action.
Oh yeah. Nothing like some high pressure rounds in your Derringer.
What else does a rimless cartridge mean? Duh. It is funny how many people think that. Or a caseless cartridge. When people are like, caseless cartridge. Wow. So they just like, here's my bullet for the caseless cartridge. It's like, no, that's not. Caseless cartridges are like basically Jenga blocks. They look weird as shit.
Imagine a Derringer that shoots that fucking elephant gun bullet we saw videos on.
Now imagine if a Derringer fired 5.77 T-Rex. Holy shit.
For when you want to
fucking dynamite.
For when you want to turn the man you're aiming at into paste as well as your arms.
Yeah, and your face.
It reminds me of that clip from we talked about it before. The dude, like the little extendo thing comes out, and it's just like a little tiny rocket launcher that blows the dude up at the end of the movie. It's basically just that. Because whenever I think of those,
Derringering. Oh my god.
Because whenever I think of those, like the Derringer and stuff, I think of the Django Unchained, where like the German guy has his little Derringer that comes out on the little extended kit on his wrist.
Yeah.
And he shoots the dude in the chest. But in that other movie, it's that, but a missile comes out of it and blows the dude up.
And then see the little retractable thing in Django Unchained and Sherlock Holmes movie, and they're like, what if we did the gyrojet though instead?
Oh god.
Dude, seriously though, the gyrojet, for anyone that doesn't know, is one of the most fascinating weapons in history, to me at least, because it fires a bullet that isn't a bullet. It fires a rocket. It's literally a rocket propelled bullet. It is a really neat thing. It looks goofy as hell, and it actually like has to fire like a rocket, so it's slow at first, and then it picks up speed and goes faster and faster and faster as it
Yeah, so
goes
it's not
further.
good at short range.
Yeah, so if you shoot someone at point blank range, they'll just go, "Ew, what'd you do that for?"
Yeah.
But then if they get like after a set distance, like 20 feet or something like that, suddenly it's like super hyper lethal. It's like, oh, okay.
Yeah. Like, God, imagine how expensive ammo would be. Like, ammo is already extremely expensive. Imagine if we still use like gyrojet ammo.
Yeah.
Oh God, you would not. You'd have maybe like 4 shots for any weapon you own.
I also want to grab this comment quickly. Don't give Kentucky Ballistics ideas. Oh, we're going to give them ideas.
Oh, absolutely. We're giving them ideas. Holy shit. Rocket Ballistics does fantastic videos. It's a rocket bullet. Yeah, it really is.
£5 super chat from the Red Mist 79. Thank you. Yo, Stag, have any of you played Resident Evil 4 Remake yet? And if so, what do you think?
I!
Are we ready to move on to that subject? Because I haven't played it. I don't think Pagan has, but Setch has.
I so want to talk about it. So
all right.
I'll leave it up to you guys if we're ready for now.
I almost am Pagan. Are you ready?
Sorry, I was reading chat. What'd you say?
Are we ready to move on from Trigun to Resident Evil 4?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, one last thing before we do that, though.
Okay.
All right.
All right. So, Resident Evil 4. Keep in mind, I am up to the first shooting range challenges in Resident Evil 4 Remake, right? I started on hardcore difficulty and I knocked that shit down because I couldn't stand the game's combat system. Because they made it to where the enemies will take 3 to 4 shots to the head to react. Fucking infuriating as all hell when you have to deal with 20 to 30 enemies at a time. That's fucking just, oh! Like, talk about putting your nuts in a vice. But here, they've fixed a bunch of stuff, and they made a bunch of other stuff way worse. It is so weirdly inconsistent. It's like a fucking roller coaster ride going through that game. So, like the game starts off with a really dumb, the cop inside me died that day at Raccoon City. It's like, what the fuck? Who wrote that line? Jesus Christ. But anyways, it starts off better in that Leon actually has banter with the 2 Spanish police officers. So they're building up their character. They actually have characterization while they still keep a lot of the original lines, which is pretty clunky. The delivery's not great. But there's at least some banter between them. You have something there. You have some kind of like small connection. But oh my god. No, I doubt he's wrote it. He's been dead for 2,000 years. Jesus Christ, who wrote that line? Wow, Daniel, thanks. And then the police officer gets out to take a piss. And I was like, hey, this is fine. You know, the 2 officers are to talk. Leon and the other officer are talking back and forth while the guy's taking a piss. But then the guy hears something. Keep in mind, this is after they just told Leon that this area is very dangerous. They've had dozens and dozens of people go missing in this area. And, they're worried to be out here by themselves. Okay? They themselves are worried about being out here. They don't like being out here. They would rather bring a whole team. But the chief sent only these 2 with Leon, and they said it's very important that you go with Leon. Very important. This guy here, he is important. You must help him. And then it turns out that, as we know, Leon is searching for the president's daughter. Well, again, they are super, super scared to be out here. Super scared. The guy taking a piss sees something. He's like, oh, who's out there? And then, without missing a beat, walks away from the police vehicle. Further away, and through some bushes, and around some hedgerows, and through a gate and everything. It's like, where are you going? What the fuck are you doing? Meanwhile, Leon and dipshit number 2 are still sitting in the car, and they're just like, man, it's been a while. Hey, American, you want to go check where the other officer is? And he's like, sure, I can do that. You gonna come with me? He's like, no, I'll stick here with the car. Don't want to get a parking ticket after all. Great, just fantastic. And so Leon walks off to find him, and you go a big distance to the house instead of being near the house at the start. Just, holy shit. You hear the officer scream, and then the guy attacks you, and Leon kills the guy in a cutscene, because they don't want to reveal something very, very fucking important here. There are two factors that really piss me the fuck off, right? They don't want to reveal this yet. You go downstairs, you find the police officer dead. Like, super, super fucking dead. And Leon draws his pistol. And he only brought a single magazine that is currently loaded in said pistol. He has no other ammunition whatsoever on him. And then you realize your fucking knife, has durability on it. And I fucking hate it so much. Just, oh my god. It is so dumb. It's so dumb. So then I get to the village, and keep in mind, the combat is not great either. Because they kept Leon's fucking drunk ass aim. Where Leon can't stand, hold, aim, steady. He's got to... Oh god, my hand is shaking, guys. Oh! And at the same time, you have a fucking crosshair now, instead of the red dot sight. So, you have a crosshair where you can RNG hit anywhere in that crosshair. While Leon is also so fucking drunk at all times, he's got the shakes, and he can't keep steady to save his life. Oh, and then later on I found out with the shooting range challenges, your bullets also move at like 1/5 speed of normal bullets. Holy mother of God. Yeah, there's Crosshair Bloom. It's just, oh, yeah. What, now you have random accuracy? Oh, yes. Oh, it's great. Random accuracy, Leon's drunk ass aim, who can't keep steady, and the fact that the bullets are traveling fucking slower than paintballs. Holy mother of God. I really just, oh god, I do not like the combat changes they made to this. I don't like the knife has durability. And they only did the knife has durability because of the parry system. Because, like, well, we can't just have the player be able to parry everything at all times. It's like, then don't allow the player to parry everything. Like, don't allow the player to parry the fucking chainsaw. That seems pretty smart to me. It's a fucking chainsaw. Why are you trying to parry a chainsaw with a knife? Like, no, we'll just give the knife durability. Why? Just why? Yeah, if you aim longer, there's the problem, Senator Abby Strong. If you sit there and don't move and aim, the crosshair will finally shrink to pinpoint accuracy. You are being attacked by 20 to 30 people at a time, and they do not wait their turn. They will actually lunge through each other and grab you into instant damage and grabs just out of nowhere. Oh my god, I do not like the combat changes. That's when I knocked it down to normal difficulty. Going from hardcore difficulty to normal difficulty, instead of taking 3 to 4 shots to the head, the people react when you shoot them in the head the first time. Oh my god, it should have been like that to begin with. Oh, I'm going to talk about the pay-to-win feature. Hold on. Just wait, Egg. I am going to talk about the pay-to-win feature. Because, yes, this $60 fucking game has pay-to-win in it. A $60 single-player fucking game has pay-to-win microtransactions in it. What the fuck? So, anyways, I went from hardcore to normal difficulty. Normal difficulty feels like exactly what it should have been the entire time. Why the hell did they design hardcore difficulty the way it was? Because you don't get more ammunition or anything like that. You get the exact same amounts of ammunition. And I need to talk about the fucking inventory system as well with the whole crafting thing. And how the crafting thing is less sensical than Resident Evil 3. The original Resident Evil 3. Resident Evil 3 you could take gunpowders and mix them together to make different types of gunpowder and then put it into a bullet reloading press to get new bullets. In Resident Evil 4 Remake, Leon just takes a bit of scrap metal, slaps on some gunpowder, and suddenly makes bullets out of nothing. He literally like squeezes them between his ass cheeks and just shits them out. Just bullets. It's like, how? How did you do that? Oh my god. Yeah, let's talk about the pay to win thing. So for pay to win, there is a DLC for $4. $4. That is called the Treasure Map DLC. You're like, wait, you can just buy treasure maps in the base game, right? Yeah, you can buy treasure maps in the base game. Then you read what the DLC says. This will unlock even more treasures than what's in the base game, and you can only get these treasures if you spend $4 fucking dollars. And keep in mind, treasure in Resident Evil 4 and Resident Evil 4 Remake equals power. Because the treasure is how you buy the fucking upgrades. Oh my god. Ugh.
Sounds like a wonderful, fun game.
There are positives to the game. They have fixed a shit ton of the god-awful story of Resident Evil 4. They have fixed a lot of the problems of Resident Evil 4's story so far. But my god, it's like, hooray, the story is better, but now the gameplay is dog shit. Oh my god, ugh. But here's the funnier part. Do you know how you fix the really awful gameplay? You turn on aim assist. And aim assist mode is so fucking aggressive. If you are even remotely close to aiming towards an enemy, and you raise up your gun, it will instantly snap to the most critical component within that area. So if you're near the person's knee, it'll instantly snap to the knee. If you're near the person's arm, it'll snap to the arm. If you're near the person's head, it'll snap to the head. And then it will stay there, and he will follow it with perfect accuracy the entire time. Oh, dude, holy shit. Just fuck off. Yeah, so far, unless it does a sudden U-turn. Unless it does a massive U-turn, I'm just... I just can't. I just can't... But again, the story is just so much better already. But it feels like, what did we lose to get a better story? What did we lose?
What did it cost? Everything.
Everything, yeah. My kind of to do the extra treasure DLC is that it isn't necessary, isn't it? Like, you can max your gear without it, right? Okay, I need to explain something to you. You buy power in the game. You get better stuff quicker than you possibly can without it. Alright? For $4 fucking dollars. On a $60 fucking game. You're taking the piss. Yeah, in a single player game. That's not good. That doesn't make it better. That makes it worse. That isn't a, oh, it's a single player game. Suddenly I win this argument. No, that makes it 1,000 times worse. We have issues because now we know you intentionally fucked your game's balancing and progression to put this fucking DLC in. Because you're that much of a greedy fucking scumbag.
This is the tactics a lot of mobile games use, too.
Yeah.
Is Elder Scrolls Blades multiplayer, or was that single player?
Single player, as far as I know.
What about Fallout Shelter? I don't know any possible way...
Single player for Fallout Shelter.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I don't know any possible way that could, you could have, like, multiplayer with that. Both those games are microtransactioned out the fucking ass for a single-player game. And, like, yeah, you could argue those are free, but it's still the same type of monetization methods that are being introduced into full-priced games.
Yep.
I can at least understand cosmetic stuff in multiplayer games, to a degree.
Yeah.
And when I say to a degree, I don't mean like $20 fucking skins. Fuck that shit. What I'm referring to is more... You just... there should never be the situation where you're playing a single-player game where you're buying... Oh, here's a skin for this character. Here's a extra weapon I'm gonna buy. You know?
Yep.
Yeah. Especially when the fucking balancing is, you know, it's balanced around that system.
Yeah.
That's when you really get fucking... That's where you start getting the, but my sense of pride and accomplishment.
Well, that's
Yeah.
where we get...
letters.
That's what happened with fucking Shadow of War, the Lord of the Rings game, the sequel to Shadow of Mordor, where
Yep.
Yeah.
once they took out the microtransactions, the entire fucking game had to be rebalanced in order to fucking play it.
Yeah. Oh god, it's so fucked. But again, they fix a lot of the story. Again, Leon actually having banter between the officers, it helps a little bit because it makes the officers feel like people instead of this like, oh well, hi red shirt number 1, red shirt number 2. You know they're gonna die already, but now they actually feel like people, so their death feels more impactful. Even though the one guy was an idiot who walked off by himself in the happy everybody goes disappearing in this area. If when they're by themselves, it's like, okay, yeah, why? So why'd you walk off by yourself, you idiot? And when Leon finds the body, he doesn't immediately radio in that something has happened, which is really fucking stupid. Leon is not smart, guys. Leon is an idiot. Leon is genuinely a dumbass who's just lucky. Holy shit. At least they didn't have Leon try to fucking spinning kick the Chief Mendez in the chest. Now Chief Mendez just bull rushes him, grabs him, and throws him into some fucking boxes immediately. He's like, sit your ass down, bitch. And when he does shoot Chief Mendez literally, like, no-sells it. He's just like, bullet hole, bullet hole, bullet hole. And he's just like, what the fuck ever, bitch. And he just punches Leon in the face. Oh, God. Chief Mendez is more like, Leon is a himbo. Unironically, yes. And for anyone that doesn't know what a himbo is, that's the male version of a bimbo. You know, airheaded dits that's just good looking. That's it. That's all they got for them. He's genuinely a dumb bastard. I don't know how he got past the police academy, let alone why he's working for the Secret Service now. But the roundhouse, the big cheese was funny. That's stupid. Oh, and when you're tied up to Louis Serra, now you don't just have a random villager completely break character and set you free, like trying to come kill you for whatever reason. No, now you actually have he's there guarding you, and you guys are in like a slaughterhouse, and you're hooked up to one of those one of the pulley systems. So you can go back and forth, and I can hear myself through Pagan's mic. Ree!
Yeah, sorry, I was trying to fix something.
Yeah, you go back and forth. So hey, at least it's a bit better, right? He doesn't actually, like, the guard, the guy isn't there to come and kill you. He's there to stop you guys from escaping until the virus either takes hold of you, or the parasite either takes hold of you, or you die. And oh my god. It is hard to overstate how much better that is than base Resident Evil 4. Like, Jesus Christ. Like I said, I'm up to the first shooting range. in Resident Evil 4 Remake. And Base No Bark, you've been here long enough. You know we get to the video when we get to the fucking video.
Who? Oh, No Bark.
Yeah, No Bark.
Yeah, I was tuned out until you said the whole thing about getting to the video.
Yeah. It's genuinely frustrating.
Yeah, we have, like... Sometimes we get straight to the video because we don't have much to talk about. Sometimes we have stuff we want to talk about because it's like, hey, look at this terrible show. Look at this dumb kid from Trigun Stampede getting shot in the fucking head as he deserves.
1 second.
You know?
Yes, more child murder.
Yes. Re. So, how's everyone in chat?
All right, there we go. Sorry, my kitty is like, I need out of the room. I'm like, oh,
Oh.
yeah, it's weird. So, Seth, how many grandmas you suplex in RE4 remake? None yet. None.
I am disappointed in you.
Yeah. Well, there's not really a good time to do it. Which is, the thing. Maybe right at the very start of the game, but ugh. Is it worse than RE3 remake? Not yet. People gotta understand, Remake 3 is awful. Like, in every regard. The story is awful, the characters are awful, the gameplay is awful. There is only one good thing, and that was the Tyrant Clock Tower boss fight was actually pretty decent. But everything else is so bad in Resident Evil 3 Remake. It is worse in every regard. It is a god-awful game.
I need to grab this. I still don't think $4 is that egregious as you make it sound. Okay, it's just $4 now. And then, it's $10 next time. And that's $20. And then it's an entire shop with, there's $1 for this thing. Here's a couple dollars for that thing. Here's $7 for this thing. And, it's the whole slippery slope thing.
Yeah.
A lot of people seem to forget this. We're here right now because of fucking horse armor for Oblivion.
Yeah. I think you're insane if you don't understand that $4 on top of a $60 fucking game is egregious. That is a
Especially
no-go.
with how terrible things have been getting.
Yeah.
I remember I was saying for years, I was like, how long will it be before they just start selling full price $60 games and it's just the shell of a game where there's literally no content in it and you're just expected to create your own fucking game. And people kept saying, well, that'll never happen. They'd never be able to sell anything like that. Nobody would buy that. And then Fallout 76 happened.
Fallout 76 didn't just happen. It was successful despite all the problems. They're still running it to this day.
Oh, and there's plenty of people that fucking defend it to death that say, oh, it's amazing, it's great.
When other games like Anthem and there's a bunch of others I can't remember, I don't really pay attention that much. When those games have failed outright.
Yeah. It's consumers, just consumers everywhere. Yeah, it's just, again, that's how we got this slippery slope. That's how we've gotten to the point of people even accepting, oh, I'll take, $20 for a skin. That's okay, because the skin looks cool. It's like, no, that's fucking stupid.
Indie developers will completely take the market eventually, especially considering that it's getting easier and easier to make games. There's so many resources out there that just about anyone could sit down at a computer and start making their game and learning the skills to do so. Hell, with shit like Chat GPT, you're not even going to need coders anytime soon. I shouldn't say anytime, but in the near future, because you'll just be able to get an AI to do everything for you.
Yeah, I'm very worried about what AI is going to bring about, because, oh boy.
We've seen what it's going to bring about. Terminator 2.
Probably unironically.
Yeah.
But until then, we can make it make games for us.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And again, AI is going to do this, not because somebody's going to, willfully program an AI that can do this. It's going to start in small steps, and then some idiot's going to be like, well, an AI will always be present at the controls of our defensive systems. They don't have to worry about them being in the bathroom should an incident happens. We don't have to pay the AI. We can make sure our guards are doing other stuff. So we'll give the AI access to all the defensive systems, and it can have sole authority on when it needs to activate them. Boom, there you go. It's going to be stupid shit like that suddenly then people are going to look up, oh no, who gave the AI access to the missile defense batteries that are now shooting down all of our aircraft?
Yeah. And then
Not
we've
just-
already got stuff, now where you see the clips and stuff. They get posted in my server quite a bit of like government officials, like the fucking, like the facial AI stuff and voice AI and stuff like that. And it actually sounds very convincing and looks very convincing now. Like before, it used to look like dog shit. Like nobody would fall for it. Now, I've seen multiple people fall for it. Like both in my server and on like Twitter where it's from and everything. And it's like, that's not real, guys. Like Jesus,
People
but
thought the fucking Trump being arrested was real. And I mean, the pictures of him like resisting and running from a bunch of police and stuff like that. They thought that was real.
There's an image of him with an AR-15 with cops behind him, posted to Twitter, and it was captioned something to the effect of "Trump has now taken over the DC, the New York police department. He is now the warlord of Manhattan."
And people fucking believed it and shit. But it's like, how long until we start getting like these fucking mainstream media people just like creating AI generated articles and stuff like that, where like with images and videos, it's like, oh, here's the video to prove that he said this and shit. It's like we're getting there pretty fucking fast, and I can totally see them doing that. CNN, oh yeah, they would definitely do it.
Well, we're very, very close to the point, if not already there, where you can generate a video of just like someone saying whatever that'll make them look bad. You could make a video of well, let's use Trump as the example because you guys were mentioning him already. You can make a video of him talking about how he had fun burning down an orphanage with all the orphans inside, and like spread that around to prove what a terrible person he is. And like you could do that to anyone. That is terrifying, because how long until it's impossible? Like there's literally no way to tell a difference between what's real and what isn't.
Yeah, for now, people, if you look close enough, you can see the stuff. But keep in mind how far AI has come within a year.
Yeah, that's what I was going to bring up. It's like, look how fast it's advancing from what it was a year ago to now. It's insane how far it's come and how much more convincing it is. And it's like, what's it going to be like next year? Holy shit.
Yeah. Honestly, this is why AI needs to be banned. Like, it just does. And I mean actual AI. Now, I'm not talking stuff like, NPC AI in games and stuff like that. That's fucking fine. I mean actual AI, where you're going to get stuff to, like, have different control of systems or be able to produce artwork. Like, I don't even care about the artists being, outdone by AI. That is the reason why I'm terrified of AI. It's the fact that AI can start making things that people won't be able to tell if it's real or not anymore. That's the thing that terrifies me.
Yeah, I don't think we're ready for it. There might be a time in the future where if we could like do more with it, like put more restrictions in it and like have that stuff built into it properly, maybe we could do something with it. But right now, no, it needs to be fucking banned. They should not even be working on that kind of shit right now, like the way that they are.
Yes,
it's gonna be hard to ban something like that, though.
Snowflake.
But
it is. I don't even see it happening. I don't think it could be banned at this point.
You can't really ban it. Even though I think we need to fucking stop until we find a serious way to shackle this shit. Like, to where the AI must have watermarks on it at all times or something like that as a requirement. Things be like, no, people need to be able to know what is real and what isn't.
Yeah, because that's the biggest problem, is not knowing what's real and what isn't. What if, you share a video of... Let's just even do smaller scale. Let's say someone makes an AI video of your boss from work, shooting someone in the head for no reason. And then you share that around. It's like, Jesus Christ. That would ruin that man. Or woman. But, like, if it's not real, then, like, that's someone's life being destroyed because someone... And needless to say, there are the kinds of disingenuous pieces of shit out there who would do such a thing to destroy the people they do not like.
Oh yeah, and I could totally see this shit being used in like war and stuff. Like, look what they could do with like, oh, look what Ukraine did, or oh, look what Russia did, look what they said and shit like that. It's like, oh my god, and yeah, World War III coming up soon.
Or
Fucking
what
nukes
if
dropping.
what if the Democrats actually were able to use AI to make January 6th be an actual insurrection? Make it actually look like that. Like, this is what happened. This is them with guns and holding Capitol police officers hostage and stuff like that. You know, it's the fact that AI isn't that good enough yet that we're able to be like, no, this is what really fucking happened. You're all a bunch of liars and should be hung as traitors and, for fucking treason. Imagine if that shit, like, if we keep this AI ball going. And yeah, I don't care. AI should not be sentient. If AI does gain sentience, fucking get rid of it.
Yeah, I wouldn't trust
Get rid of it immediately. I'm gonna tell you right now, if an AI actually gains sentience, and we realize that it's a real thing, kill it. You need to kill it immediately.
This clip is going to be used in the future to provoke an AI into wiping out the human race.
Yeah.
Maybe. But it's just one of those things where it's like, people have this naive notion of like, oh, but we created life and we can live together in harmony and all this shit. It's like, no, you don't understand how life works. Then I'm sorry, that
that
thing,
is self-preservation. That is no longer murder. That is now we have just created a new intelligent life form. No go.
Yeah, especially if it has
in control. No.
Yeah, especially if it has a better chance of survival than we do. It's like, yeah, no, that's the start of the human race just being eradicated entirely.
Again,
that's literally if you want to save. It's like at that point, it's literally if you want to save humanity, you put that thing down. You do not let it start like reproducing or multiplying in any way, because that will absolutely replace humanity.
Yep.
We should probably grab these super chats and finally get to the video.
Yeah.
$10 from Itico the Tricky. Thank you. If Dongle Bluff is the warlord of Manhattan, can I be the Grand Poobah of Detroit? Why the fuck would you want Detroit? You could have picked any city in the States and you picked Detroit. Why?
There's probably only one people wouldn't really care. It's like, oh, it's Detroit. Who cares? Let them have it.
It'd be like if I declared myself the kingpin of Gary. It'd be like, you can fucking have it, son.
Yeah, exactly.
Fair, but still.
But no, that's kind of the point too. Nobody fucking wants it. Why would you want to be?
Yeah.
20. I forget what this is.
Danish crowns.
Danish crowns from Gangwin47. Thank you. AI has been here for years.
Yeah,
kind of.
We're not saying it hasn't been. We're saying that look how far it's advanced from the first AI images where it could barely make fucking smear paint, stuff like that. It was trying to figure shit out to now.
Yeah, it's insane. Like, I remember using an AI program just like not even a year ago, maybe like 6 months ago. And all it could do was like really ugly smear images that you could barely tell what you were looking at.
Yeah.
And now I can go to like Noble AI and just type in random shit into the thing, and it will make like hyper realistic artwork of what I just asked for. And it's like, oh my god, that was in 6 months.
Yeah, it's like, sure, there are errors in it here and there, like hands and stuff like that, but holy fuck, man.
Yeah, and it's just
as
like...
I said... Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Sorry, I'll get this quick. I just saw this comment and lost my shit. Such as denying me my robusty. Get him!
Your robusty does not need to be sentient.
Yes, it does.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes, it does. God damn it.
No. Oh, God.
As I was saying, the problem isn't going to be that it's going to do it maliciously. The problem is it's going to be in small little steps. Also, January 6th was not an insurrection at all. If you think January 6th was an insurrection, you're a fucking useful idiot. You did not pay attention at all.
Yeah, no, that shit, like, everyone, like, most people already knew that it wasn't because they watched the actual streams and stuff when it happened, and
live.
they watched that shit live like I did. And people actually knew that it wasn't, and people were saying that, but they kept trying to, oh, well, nobody actually watched, so we can say whatever we want. and now the footage has actually come out, and we're actually seeing a lot of the stuff now after it's happened. And yeah, no, it just completely confirms that was all bullshit, which most of us already knew. But
Yeah,
now it's been
now we're getting
confirmed.
actual like security footage, the stuff that people couldn't find on the live streams. When you watch the live
Yeah.
streams itself, you already knew it wasn't one. But now we're actually getting security footage that shows not only wasn't it one, we now have it confirmed that the Capitol Police were giving people tours, actually letting people in the buildings, and it was completely fucking peaceful.
Yep. Well, we even had, like, even before this security stuff came out, we had
Like,
officers
police opening the
complaining.
doors.
Well, we had like them opening the doors and stuff, but there was even like one of the police officers complained about the what was it? One of the I forget what they're called, Secret Service guys shooting that woman because there was a group of police officers behind her that were just like, yeah, whatever. She's like touching bars. She can't get through. Who cares? So like they did not perceive her as a danger. There was like 5 of them right behind her. Like there was nothing she was gonna do. And the Secret Service dude just open fired on her and killed her and almost shot 2 of the fucking police officers directly behind her.
Yeah.
It was completely
it was
unjustified. Yeah, it was straight murder. Even the police officers were like, what the fuck? You almost killed us too, you dickhead. We were right behind her. Like, she wasn't doing anything. Like, she could barely get her fucking head through the bars. Like, what are you doing?
Yep.
They were pissed. They were like, you almost fucking shot us. Like, you're lucky we didn't start open firing through that fucking grating and shoot you back, motherfucker.
Yeah. But again, that would have just caused worse. They would have been like, oh, they were clearly, infiltrators, right-wing.
Yeah, they would have said that they were like right-wing police officers or some bullshit if they'd done that.
Yeah. 20 more Danish crones.
There's one before that. 1 gifted membership from Itiko the Tricky. Thank you.
Yeah, there you go. And then 20 Danish crowns from Gangwood 47. Just say, U.S. is more unstable than ever. Yep, by design.
Yeah. Yeah, not wrong there.
Yeah, it's not an accident that it's happening.
$2 from Melon. Thank you. Roko's Basilisk getting one. I have no idea what that is.
I don't either.
I'm pretty sure it's like a...
A thought experiment which states that an otherwise benevolent artificial superintelligence in the future would be incentivized... incentivized to create a virtual reality simulation to torture anyone who knew of its potential existence but did not directly contribute to its advancement or development. Ooh, oof. That sounds creepy as fuck. That's like I have no mouth and I'm a scream level.
Yeah. Well, my thing is like, like we said, 6 months time, look how far it's advanced. And soon it's going to be so bad that, people are just not going to be able to tell reality from fiction anymore, which we're already getting into that without it. It's like, and now imagine how bad it's going to be with that. And then if that shit gains sentience and starts multiplying, it doesn't even have to be malicious at that point. It literally, if it can survive better than humans, it will just naturally take over. Like without even intending to, it will just happen.
Also, just to make it clear, like when Pagan says that we don't need AI's help with people already believing fiction without the help of AI, there's people who believe Wakanda is real.
Yeah, exactly.
I wonder if Chat GPT could help Acer win a lawsuit. No, because he would need a valid claim to start with, and he doesn't have them.
That would be the issue for Acer. $10 from Itiko the Tricky. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Because he sent me this before, that's why I was laughing before. Itiko the Tricky says, as I am from Detroit, I can hand out the Inwa Pass.
Oh.
It was.
I'm still trying to process Mothership Zeta being controversial to the far right. I think we all are. That's a crazy one.
Such a hypothetical if/when we digitalize human brain, it is now AI. No, it isn't. That's human. Again, that's not artificial intelligence. That is a human that you have given the ability to continue their existence. That is not artificial intelligence.
Assuming that it's not just like creating a new person. Yeah, exactly. Assuming that it's not just like creating a new thing based on the information you give it, and it's actually like a direct upload of your consciousness, that would still be a person. Like you would still have that person would still have their beliefs, their principles, all that stuff. It wouldn't just be some new thing. So people would still have the same thoughts and feelings on things that they do now. So it wouldn't be AI that would have like this completely radical new way of doing things that could oppose the human race.
No, okay, Andre, here's where you're wrong. They specifically said digitalize the human brain. They didn't say copy it. Copying, I agree, it's not human. If you
Yeah.
digitalize, if you upload, again, that's the difference. You have artificial intelligence, then you have the singularity. Singularity is the event where we cross over and we can become technology itself. That's what the singularity is.
Yeah, because if you're just copying it, it's like at that point, it's just a clone. It's not actually you. It's just a robotic clone. And if you die, the original of you is gone. That other thing is not actually you. Whereas if you actually upload your consciousness to it, to like digitally, and it's actually you, that's actually your consciousness in that system, it's no longer a copy.
No. And again, this is the very same concept that Soma dealt with, right? This is the, am I me or was that me sort of thing. When you have to change bodies, and you have that moment where she forgets to shut off the microphone for a second, and you realize that you're still talking, but your consciousness is in the new body, but then you realize that you are in the old body that's now saying, like, hello? Why hasn't it happened yet? What's going on? So again, you realize that, no, your old you is still there. You're a new thing. Seriously, play Soma. Holy shit. Fucking, if you want existential dread, play Soma and freak yourself out.
Yeah. 20 dangerous crowns from Gang147, thank you. Would a true AI be pro-gun? I don't...
I would have no idea.
There's no way to know. Anyways, video.
Yeah. Well, that's... Andre, right before the video. Andre, that's what I'm getting at. If your original body, like if you digitize the human body, if you upload them into the singularity, and then you can look back at the body that you just left and it's still moving around and speaking, stuff like that, that gets into a whole other fucking issue. But if it literally turns into a vegetable because there's no consciousness left in it, you literally uploaded your consciousness, there is nothing in that shell, it is now an empty shell, then yeah, the human is in the machine now. That's not artificial intelligence.
Yeah. It's different. It's different. It's hard for some people to wrap their minds around that. I understand that, but it is different. It's not the same thing as a copy. That's like the whole point. It's why it's like it's something that humanity is trying to reach and why we can't do it yet. Because it's like that's basically immortality right there. But obviously nobody's actually been able to do it properly yet because all we can really do is make not very good functioning copies at this point. And even then, it's like very basic system upload stuff that isn't actually anything like uploading your actual consciousness. It's just taking information and making a new you. And it's like, well, that's not what we want. That's not actually the goal.
That's the thing, too. Is what we're talking about even possible? Or is that one of those things that will be 100% impossible? Uploading
Exactly.
your consciousness.
We don't know. It's like it could be possible. Like there are some hints that it might be feasible. We just don't have the technology to do it yet. But there's also it's.
Go ahead. Sorry, I'll let you finish.
I was just gonna say, but it's also entirely possible that it's actually not achievable, and there's actually something where it's just like, yeah, no, that's not physically possible.
Yeah, the big hint that a lot of this stuff is more possible than science fiction, is the fact that we figured out how to interface people into machinery. Guy is named Hugh Hare. He's a guy who is a double amputee, and he has been creating robotic limbs and mechanisms for himself. And the thing that they found out was that using ink from squids, you can actually transfer the electrical signals from the human body into signals that the machinery itself can read. And they found out that the impulses can go the other way as well. So you can actually get touch sensations. Not perfect, but you can get touch sensations on artificially made skin and everything. So that again, that kind of shows that it might be possible. Or even if we don't upload the consciousness, what if you just rebuild the human body to be the machine, and then it just keeps the brain alive?
Yeah, that's what I was
So
going to start
Atom
getting into
Smasher.
is
Yeah.
that, or Ghost in the Shell style stuff, where we just start getting into full on like, like, do you become an android or do you stay human and die away? It's like, because that's the thing. It's like if even
Yeah,
a
I agree,
few
Duncan.
people, if even a few people become, basically like what Ghost in the Shell is. In fact, I will refer to them as that, Ghost in the Shells, instead of androids. We'll just say Ghost in the Shells. If you get even just a few of those, they're basically going to outlive most people, if not become immortal, basically. And everyone else who doesn't do that will die much sooner. So it's like, so become one of those and live longer, or do you die out and let them become a dominant species?
Yeah, and again, I'm not saying that it's the same thing. Again, our limitation might be that we just make a robotic cage for the brain, and the brain is still a human flesh brain, but that's all that's left of the fleshy bits, and all the rest of it's machine.
Yeah. At that point, yeah, it's not that it would not be uploading your consciousness to a machine. It's literally building
Yeah.
a machine around your brain. So
Yeah,
that's not the same thing.
Yeah, I'm not. I'm sorry if you got that impression, but yeah, none of us ever said that was the same thing. We're
Yeah.
saying that what if that is our limitation? Like, what if we can't get true upload, but that's what we settle for instead?
Yeah.
From the moment I understood the weakness of my flesh, it disgusted me. Same.
So
Yeah, well, I mean that's another part of it, Tovarish, because we're starting to figure out how to properly heal brain injuries and stuff like that through stem cell research and through. Can't remember they found a specific thing, and they were using it in mice to help them regrow parts of their brain. So they would like cut out parts of their brain, and then through experimentation, they found different enzymes and chemical mixes along with stem cells. You could start regrowing functionality for brain pieces that were missing. And it's very fascinating. And again, because a lot of this has implications for Alzheimer's and everything, or for terrifying diseases like fatal familial insomnia, FFI. Like, holy shit, if you want to have nightmares forever, look up what FFI is. And if you don't have nightmares forever, don't look up what FFI is, and just trust me that it's fucking, like, Lovecraftian horror.
yeah.
Yeah. Alright, $2 super chat from Ludwig Williams, thank you. Have you played Signalis? No.
Nope.
I don't know much
No.
about it. I think it's a sci-fi game, and if I'm wrong about that, then I know nothing about it aside from the name. $10. I'm not sure what currency this is. There's an R in front of it, but it's
Rubles?
also... Well, no, it wouldn't be
Well, no,
rubles,
'cause
because
rubles would
that
be
shows up...
RUB.
Yeah. And also,
Yeah.
10 rubles wouldn't be $10, because that is... actually, that's a $5 super chat level. Like, 5 US dollars. So 10 rubles wouldn't be $5 US.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know what that is.
I'm not sure. Anyways, from Ebony
South
Zieti.
African Rand, apparently.
Oh. Oh. But yeah, 10 South African Rand from Ebony Zieti. Thank you. Thanks to your videos, I started understanding and appreciating RPGs. Thanks, Creetosis. God bless. Oh, well, thank you. It's much appreciated. The fact that my videos are like... It's crazy to me that I make dumb YouTube videos, and it gets people into RPGs. That's amazing.
Yeah.
20 Danish crowns from Gang147. Thank you. First it will be 2077. Then we're going AdMech.
Once I was born and understood the feebleness of my flesh, it disgusted me.
What's that from?
AdMech is Mechanicus. That is the Adeptus Mechanicus.
Ah.
And they are
Sorry.
They are technophiles, hardcore technophiles.
From Ebony Deity in chat, that's Brazilian real. Okay. Sorry about that.
Weird, because I typed in what is our $ currency, and it came up South African rand. That's what that is. Oh,
The
apparently
R is for Robux.
no, look, it is. It is Brazilian as well. Why would you have the same identifier for two different currencies from two different nations that are separated by an ocean? What the?
Amazing.
$5 from the Wayfarer, thank you. If humans do become brains in robot bodies and achieve immortality, what's to stop them from becoming overtime like the think tank in Old World Blues?
Nothing, but there's nothing stopping that in the real world already, either, for people that live longer and longer, and they start getting dementia and everything.
Yeah.
$2 from Ludwig Williams, thank you. Signalis is Resident Evil with anime girls. Oh. Alrighty then. Anyways.
Rand is just an R. Weird.
Anyways. I tried to do this about 20 minutes ago. Video! It's time for the video.
Sure.
Are you guys ready?
Actually, hold on. There's some more stuff at shit. No, I'm fucking with you. Let's go.
There's more stuff to discuss. Peasant, Christ sake, I looked into FFI. It is horror. Why? I told you, if you want to have nightmares, look into it. If you don't, just trust me that it's fucking Lovecraftian horror and leave it at that.
Anyways, this is a video from Mr. Matty Plays, and we mentioned him recently on stream because people were asking if we'd ever covered his stuff or something. And I'd said, you know, he seemed like a bit of a shill before, but I've also seen him criticize Bethesda, so maybe he's gotten better from that. This video was recommended a day or two ago, and from the description we got of it, it's not very good. Apparently, here's one of the things the person who, I think it was in the thread, someone mentioned, but apparently this guy does a review of these games every few years, because I remember seeing, you know, it was like a 2020 review of Fallout 3 by Mr. Matty Plays. It was somewhat recent, is the point. And this video is Fallout 3, the 2023 review. I don't see the point in re-reviewing a game every few years.
Yeah, because if presumably your review was accurate when you first made it, so you wouldn't need to update it at all.
Yeah.
Like, if presumably you did your due diligence and gave accurate information the first time.
Yeah, because, like, the content is the content. It doesn't change. If you say in your 2008 review of Fallout 3, by the way, there's a quest in the game where you can blow up a town, you don't need to make another video 3 years later where you say, oh, and there's a quest in this game where you can blow up a town. You know?
Yeah.
Because that hasn't changed.
Yeah. Now, granted, there are some games that I could understand a re-review of a game. Like No Man's Sky. I would understand launch review of No Man's Sky versus when No Man's Sky totally retooled itself. I totally understand.
Most MMOs that get a lot of content updates, Minecraft, Terraria, No Man's Sky, games like Valheim that are in early access, Starbound when it was still in early access and ended up turning out to be absolute utter fucking dog shit. I fucking hate that game. Stuff like that, it makes sense to, like, okay, here's our initial review for the launch or the early access launch. And then, oh, they've gotten, you know, 3 updates since the last video, so we might as well cover it in the updates. Here's what's changed, here's what's new. But, like, I don't know. Fallout 3 is just, they released it, they put out their DLC, then it was done. That's it. That's the end of it.
until 12 years later when they finally decided to fix their fucking Xbox Live shit.
Yeah, which we have heard is one of the things he praises in this. Bethesda doing the bare minimum to make their game playable again after 12 fucking years should be praised.
Well, should I read the
It's like,
post that describes some of the stuff that's in this video?
Yeah, sure. So this is all we know about this video. It just comes from this post, guys. All we
Alright.
know.
Give me just a second to bring it up. Mr. Matty Plays is not based and red-pilled on Fallout 3. The idea he's totally changed and is now adequately critical is wrong. He really makes a huge deal out of the environmental storytelling cope. Fallout 3 is built on environmental storytelling. I find new skeleton stories every time I play. I can't tell if that's a joke or, like, if that's mocking him or if that's an actual quote. There aren't quotes around it, so I'm assuming it's mocking. Unduly praises Bethesda for unbreaking the Steam version of the game. The world being so empty means it's great for exploration. I despise this cope.
Yes.
This is such a cope fucking argument. It's like one of the best examples of a cope argument. Fallout 3 script was designed around interesting morality. And it's a good thing that there's choices only at the very end of quests rather than during quests. Non-branching quests are good because Bethesda would have to put more effort into their writing for branching quests. Bethesda's writing is great. They just have an intent that people didn't understand. This is something when I was reading it to these guys yesterday that kind of fucking pissed me off.
Kind of pissed all of us off because, like, fuck off.
Yeah, first of all, fuck off. But secondly, I really, really hate the, oh, you just didn't understand it argument. I think every time I've seen it used. But using it for Fallout 3? Are you fucking kidding me?
Yeah, I don't get it. I don't get how anyone could fucking argue that.
Because as much as I despise BioShock Infinite, at least there's that element there of, oh, well, they're trying something that a lot of people aren't going to understand with the whole alternate realities thing, so I could see how the average normie would get fucking confused by that. It's still not a good defense for that game, but, like, it at least makes more sense that someone defending BioShock Shitfinite would say, oh, you just didn't understand it, even though that's really fucking condescending to people being critical of the game.
Yeah.
But for Fallout 3, no, fuck off. It isn't complicated at all. It's unfair to expect Bethesda to have writing that matches Obsidian's level. What?
Fucking what? Yeah, it's like that's literally their job is to fucking write a good story for the game. And if they can't do that, that's not unfair. That's just, yeah, no, you deserve to be criticized for being lazy.
BioShock Infinite is a great game ruined by the ending. No, it's a terrible game made even worse by the ending.
Absolutely.
2x speed is not fast enough for this video. It may be worth covering the 2020 review he did, still, because he makes complimentary bad points in that one. So yeah, he made one of these videos in 2020, because I remember it being recommended to us too. Now he's made a 2023 review for some reason. 20 Danish crowns from Gang147, thank you. Would we breed, J-brains just to put in robots? Well, that's the idea behind the robot brain in, Fallout. Or at least Fallout 3. Probably not, though. Like, if it's just, like, you're literally growing a brain for the sake of putting in a robot, probably not. $2 from Outdoor Medic. Thank you. Must delay video by forcing Cree to read chat. No. $5 from Bentastic197. Thank you. What's up, my NWAs? How bad was the video? Also, want me to post cursed images and shit posting. So, we haven't even gotten to the video yet, because there's been a lot of tangents, a lot of super chats. And we're just about to start. And yeah, you can post. It depends. Like, as long as they don't break the rules, you can post cursed shit in shit posting. Without that, all that out of the way, I think we can finally get started now. Are you guys ready?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sure.
All right.
All right, y'all, it's about time. Fallout 3, 2020. Yes, I have fallen prey to this game once more. I just couldn't stay away. You know, we've been talking about Fallout for so many years on this channel, and I know many of you have deemed me the Fallout guy, and while I appreciate that, I really haven't sank my teeth into a Fallout game in a good hot minute, like a nice, steady, full playthrough. I'm always dipping in and out, talking about it a ton for content, but it's been a while, really outside of New Vegas, that I've dove deep into a Fallout game. And I wanted to...
Gee, I wonder why.
Yeah, I wonder why that it's New Vegas that you keep diving deep in, but you don't do that for the other Fallouts.
Well, to be fair, it's kind of hard to dive deep into games that have no depth. So
Exactly. Exactly.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure why I haven't played this game in 3 years means I should make a video on it, another review of it. The whole thing just seems a bit strange to me, you know?
Yeah, it really does. It's like, I haven't reviewed, let's see, Ride to Hell Retribution in a couple of years. I should do that again. Like, why?
Yeah.
Yeah, because I forget when Amnesia Rebirth came out. If I decided to play that game again randomly, like just for example, I wouldn't feel the need to do a video on it because I've said everything there is to say about that game. If there's anything I missed, it would be like smaller things here and there. You know? There's just no point to it. It's done.
to go personal favorite, Fallout 3, because something felt different about this playthrough going in. It was less from the content perspective, it was more from my own personal enjoyment. Well, funny enough, here I am making a video about it again. It's because I discovered something new with it. And that's the underlying theme of this whole video. So ladies and gentlemen, if you're new here and you like your occasional re-reviews along with your day one reviews, you're in the right place. Consider subscribing. Let's go back to the past with a little bit of
Fallout
I
3.
think I'll pass. What I meant by I discovered something new is I think this game is built off of its environmental storytelling and how
Oh my god. The skeletons, guys! The toilet skeletons!
Oh,
you don't
no.
understand how good they really are! they fixed the game!
So
There's
a
a skeleton laying in the road, and then its hand skeleton is actually touching another hand skeleton of another skeleton in the road. Oh, so deep.
Yeah, I obviously don't have anything against environmental storytelling. I think when done well, it can be very good. But when you have an entire, like, big open world to explore, the stuff you fill it with is going to be, well, I guess stuff relevant to what that world is. If you're in a post-apocalypse, post-nuclear apocalypse world where everything is in ruins and nothing has been cleaned up, then yeah, you're going to be finding a lot of skeletons. And maybe he doesn't make the actual skeleton art. What am I saying? Of course he's going to. But I don't know. I don't. Maybe it's a me problem. Maybe. But I just don't find, you know, the 3,000th environmental storytelling skeleton to be that compelling. I just don't.
Yeah, they should not be the focus. They should not be like the thing that makes your game. Like, oh, the story. Yeah, this is a game with you know, it's story based. You know, that's the narrative driven. You know, that's the most important thing. And obviously, the skeletons are the most important part of that. It's like, yeah, no, that should not be your. That should not be your focus. That should not be the meat and potatoes of your fucking game.
Oh yeah,
especially in a Fallout game.
that's the other thing I meant to mention before starting this video, and I completely forgot. Sly Dice got it in chat. This is the same guy who said that saying Fallout 4 is a bad game is disrespectful.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Rags did a fantastic response to that video back in the day. But yeah, like, if you have a big world to fill up, then of course you're gonna have to put stuff in it that's gonna make sense. Like, oh, here's a road down a street, and oh no, it looks like two cars crashed into each other, probably because the bomb's dropping. What a terrible story of these two skeletons in these cars who died because of the bombs dropping and got in an accident and died from the accident. I mean, sure, it says, of course there's going to be chaos when the bombs are dropping. A lot of people are going to die from other factors, not just the bomb or the rads. But, like, I don't know. To me, it just seems like the typical kind of stuff you would fill a world with. It's like going to the baking section of a store and being surprised that they have a fucking cake there, you know?
Yeah. The thing that's like more meaningful is the telling the story within the story sort of stuff. Like the most famous example was the short story "Baby Shoes for Sale, Never Worn."
Yeah.
The implications of that are vast. It's just like it's very sad. And for anyone that just thinks it on the surface, like, why would you feel sad about that? It's like, because you understand the implications of everything it's saying.
Yeah. But when your whole world is filled with baby shoes for sale, never worn, then it's not something unique. It stands out anymore. It's just the same as everything else.
Yeah.
And that's the problem with the environmental storytelling skeletons being propped up as such a great point for these games. Is that, sure, the first one is maybe interesting. The second one, okay, maybe there's something interesting there. But when you get to the 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, and so on, it's just like, oh, look, more people who died tragically when the bombs dropped. Fucking of course they would. This is what happens when you get nuked.
Yeah.
Of course a store wouldn't be selling used baby shoes. No, it's an ad in the paper. That's
that
the
was
idea.
the point behind it. Yeah.
The point behind it was to write a sad story in like 2 sentences, and that was it. And like, it's obviously from the perspective of someone putting up an ad to sell something. Like, oh hey, I've got the used TV stand for sale because I don't need it anymore. You know.
Yeah.
It's someone putting out an ad.
I just want to point again, the MLP fanfic is fucking better. Yeah, it is. In fact, kind of around the time that I started to come around to the idea that, you know what? Fallout 3 really is kind of shit. It's like, it kind of took, it's like, wow, an MLP, a fucking My Little Pony fan fiction was better than the original game. You know what? Maybe that game wasn't very good.
Yeah.
How many environmental storytelling skeletons are in the MLP Fallout fanfic?
I think there's like 2.
Oh my god.
Yeah, there's like, it's like nothing. It's just like, there's like a quick little mention, and it's done for a reason. Where it's like, oh, this skeleton is recent and shit like that. It's like, like it's not one of the ancient ones.
Oh, okay. I was going to say, by definition, a skeleton can't be recent. If it's skeletized, that's not recent.
I meant like ancient. It's not. It's not like
recent.
It's not pre-war.
You can get Flash skeletonized by the nukes themselves.
Fair.
pagans should read it on stream. Why would I do that when I could just direct you to the audiobook on YouTube?
Wow, there's
Crazed
not even-
Ramblings, everybody. You should go check out that audiobook, by the way. Channel is Crazed Ramblings. Check it out. It's a good read.
Good
Or a
read,
good
huh?
listen,
Hey,
listen, I should say, in this case.
I was not expecting shilling for an MLP fanfic on this stream, but here we are.
I mean, we've done it before. I have, anyway.
well, I was gonna say not we. No, there's none of this we stuff.
Ah, come on. I gotta get you guys to read it. Well, the problem is, it's basically longer than, oh, man, how long was it? I think it's like twice the length of the Bible.
Jesus Christ.
It is a very long fanfic. There's a lot of depth to it. There's a lot to it. Like I said, it's a lot fucking better than Fallout 3.
This is the fanfic that never ends. It goes on and on, my friends. Some
Three.
people started reading it not knowing what it was, and they'll continue reading it forever just because.
Well, alright then.
No, that is not Horizons. No. The original was also very long. I think Horizons was a little bit longer, but the original is also really fucking long. But do not read Horizons. Oh my god. Horizons is awful. It is complete dog shit. It is so fucking bad.
Membership message from Adeptus Fantasticus for 8 months. Months. Thank you. Being a brony is a capital offense along with all zoophilic related crimes.
Okay. Have you considered that you should kill yourself now?
Oh my god.
I'm kidding.
Alright then.
How phenomenal it is. And because it's done so well, he's like, I'm going to.
God, it keeps skipping. It keeps skipping for me. Is it
Okay.
skipping for you guys?
No, that one did skip for me that time.
Is built off of its environmental storytelling and how phenomenally done it is. And because it's done so well, you get to tell your own stories like I'm going to here. And I think you could do the same in the comments, and that's what makes Fallout 3 and really all Fallout games so cool, is that sense of discovery where every new playthrough you discover something. Maybe you just forgot.
You know,
Maybe you just forgot. Hold on.
That's not discovering
you
something
dumb
new
motherfucker.
then.
This is the face. This is the face of mental retardation right here.
Wow, that's rude. So just to give a quick example, because it's sort of relevant, we've been watching through Season 2 of Deep Space Nine. I've watched through all of Deep Space Nine before. There's a lot of episodes that I don't fucking remember at all. But watching through it, some episodes kind of are like watching them again for the first time. Other episodes I'm piecing together from my memory, like what I'm being reminded of while watching the episode. Oh yeah, that's who that character is. That's what this episode is. You know, it's not discovering something new if you've seen it before and forgot.
Yeah.
And also, this can apply to definitely every open world game, I'd say. But like even linear games, like I remember a few years ago when I played Half-Life 1 again, I found a small secret area in, you know that small section in the offices where there's those two scientists who go into the vent and get chopped up and spat back out? There's
Yeah.
a small area in that section, a hidden area that I wasn't aware of, that I found out about when I played it like 3 or 4 years ago. Like, yeah, you could find new stuff in old games. That I don't think that's as good of a point as he's making it out to be here, though. You know?
Yeah.
I mean, I was just playing Fallout 3 the other day to get footage for something, and I found an area I hadn't explored before, and guess what I found? The same thing as the rest of the entire fucking wasteland. There's a bunch of destroyed or partially destroyed cars and trucks. There's raiders with a small camp set up, and there's a spawn point for a random event where I got regulators trying to kill me. An area of the game I had never seen before because I didn't explore this area of the map before. And what I found was the exact same stuff that's in the rest of the map. $10 from Just the Guy from Alabama. Thank you. I just beat Shadow Warrior 2 and I really enjoyed it. But according to Peach Cobbler, it isn't exactly like Doom. And there was a poop joke, so it was bad. Oh. Peach Cobbler doesn't tend to have good opinions, does he?
Yeah, no, not at all.
Now, this was entirely brand new, and I showed.
Why the fuck is it skipping so much? We don't usually have this problem.
Again, it's not skipping on my end.
Well, yeah, but it's skipping on mine, and that's a problem.
I know, because you're the one that's connected to the stream, so the stream chat can see.
Yeah. People recently found a new secret that's not been found for 20 years in some old game. I mean, yeah, it happens.
Playthrough. Maybe you just forgot, and now you're remembering it, but for me...
Why the... Oh my god, this is actually unwatchable when it's skipping this badly. Let me try something. Hold on.
Okay. Okay, I can just tell you what he said for that part.
Well, no, because when I installed the new RAM for my computer, I unplugged the direct connection to the router, but it's on wireless right now, and I'm thinking maybe that's the problem.
Could be.
Talk about something while I'm gone for the next 30 seconds, and I'll be back.
Well, we got a membership message from Outdoor Medic for 2 months. Thank you very much. That's like saying, I can go to a grocery store as an adventure because I probably don't remember what is in the dairy aisle. Yeah, kind of. At least here, what you guys haven't heard is he said, for me, it's all brand new. But for me, this is all brand new. Okay? So he found something to him that's all brand new. And how he's going to bring it up. And he's going to probably give us some fan fiction writing here about some skeletons he randomly found.
Okay, I saw some people asking in chat about the two-parter videos covering the Project Horizons thing I was talking about, and so I posted those two videos in the MLP channel on Kree's Discord if you're interested. Yeah, if you want to know how awful that book is, watch those and you'll know. So about that AI stuff, I'm kidding. Oh God, I just don't get why he feels the need to come back to this though. Like, do you really feel like you need to make another review for a game because you found some new skeletons and you got some new ideas about them? Like, really?
Yeah.
Just so you could shill for this fucking game?
I know, this does feel super, super hardcore shilly. Also, Kree's muted is intentional right now, guys. That's why he's asked us to, like, talk with you guys and everything.
Yeah, he needs to go fix his router.
Yeah. Such, do you remember a lot about The Outer Worlds? I want to get back into the game. I remember a decent amount of it, but not all of it. I remember they had a lot of good, subtle storytelling that I liked, which is how everything was tangentially related around the core concept of the game. I wish they would have hit that core concept more, though, because it does explain a lot of why the board is acting the way it does. But yeah, I super wish they had actually like focused on that core concept more and had even more implications about it. Because all the disease and all that kind of stuff like that, the plagues and stuff ravaging the areas, the diet suppression, toothpaste and all that stuff, it all fits with what the problem is, the core concept is. But yeah, I just wish they had more time to do the game. I don't think Outer Worlds combat needed a lot of work. Not at all. Like, was it amazing? Was it the best combat ever? Fuck no. But it was serviceable. I'll take serviceable with a good story any day.
I just saw someone shared that critical drinker tweet. We did it, everyone. We have officially achieved the clown world singularity. And it's the fucking White House honors star and executive producer of the controversial Scooby-Doo spinoff, Velma. Yeah,
Yeah.
I can't believe they did that. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Even the left hated that fucking show, and you're gonna actually try to fucking honor it? Fuck off.
Yeah, because she's my POC.
God. Garbage.
All right, I have returned, and hopefully everything should be fixed now. Hopefully.
Yeah.
That membership message was fucking funny. I wanted to respond to it as soon as it came in, but I was already trying to get the thing fixed. All right, are we ready to continue?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
In Georgetown, and I show up inside this townhouse, and I find a deactivated Mr. Handy here. Now, I find this interesting because I love one thing about Fallout 3, and it's its sense of exploration. It's just so rewarding and satisfying.
No, it. How? How is it rewarding and satisfying?
Yeah, citation
maybe
needed.
We'll explain that. Maybe we'll explain. Maybe.
Like, here's again, it's the problem with this defense that most open world games have is as long as you put stuff in your open world game, which by the way is the fucking point of open world games, then you're probably going to find something interesting somewhere. Fucking Grand Theft Auto games have interesting things to find in their world. The Elder Scrolls games have interesting things to find in their world. I've recently started playing Conan Exiles, thanks to Heel vs. Babyface's streams of it. There's interesting things to find in that world. I also started playing Myst Survival because of Heel vs. Babyface back in October when he was playing it. And I checked out that game too because it looked fun and interesting. I had a good time with it. And there's interesting things to find in that world. Like, as long as you put content into your open world game, there's going to be things that people could say that, oh, this was an interesting thing to find. But
yeah.
So rewarding to find the same enemies and copy-pasted loot everywhere. Yeah, exactly. It's like I said. I explored an area of Fallout 3 I'd never been to before. And I found the same thing as the rest of the wasteland contains.
Every building, whether it's a magazine, weapon, or piece of armor, there's always something to find, or of course the stories packed into the terminals, packed into the notes. There's always some type of reward for your exploration. Your time is...
That is fucking nothing. I found some bottle caps. Oh, hey, I found some rupees. Oh, hey, I found some souls. Oh, hey, it's like, it's nothing. That's literally nothing.
I found...
Yeah, and
I found some gold. I found a steel sword in this dungeon.
I found
cool?
3 septums.
Yeah, the two things that bug me right now is the fucking the unique weapons. Oh yeah, the unique weapons in Fallout 3, which look and play exactly like the regular weapons, except has slightly more damage, or oh, this one has slightly higher bonus critical chance in VATS or some shit. It's like, oh, thank you for this very unique weapon. Yes, thank you. It looks exactly like everything else and has basically this damage as everything else. Thank you. And fucking the stories, the terminals, the notes. Yeah, that's basically all you fucking get in this game. That's what they expect you to care about for the story is, the terminals, the notes. Fuck that, okay? Yeah, that's nice little side stuff. I want actual fucking side quests. I want things that are actually happening currently in the world. Okay? I want to talk to actual people.
I would trade several of Fallout 3's dungeons for, like, 2 more quests. Granted, those quests are probably going to be shit because it's Fallout 3, but at least it would be more actual content.
Yeah, absolutely.
Did this dumb shit really praise finding the same stupid loot everywhere as exploration? Yes.
Yes, he did.
Because you can explore a dungeon and you could find a skill book, even though there's fucking skill books everywhere in that game. They're littered across the game.
Yep. And littered is a very appropriate word, honestly.
Yeah. $5 from just a guy from Alabama. Thank you. When he brings up exploration, I always compare the things you find in Fallout 3 with what you could find in Red Dead Redemption 2. Spoilers, it doesn't.
Yeah.
I haven't played Red Dead 2, I've been meaning to, though. I've heard it's really good.
It has moments where it drops off a cliff, though.
But overall, it's pretty good.
But overall, it's definitely the most authentic Western game ever made. That's for sure.
Oh.
Yeah. I like authenticity things. They don't have to be real settings, but everything feels right. And again, they don't do the anachronistic thing that so many games do, and the economy is just modern day economy, stuff like that. So like a really expensive firearm in Red Dead 2 would be like $12. You know, that sort of thing.
Oh.
And it's like, and that'd be like, oh damn, you're fucking nickel and diming me here. Or $50. It's like, oh god, you think I made money?
Yeah. One thing I haven't played the second game either. I've played the first one and the DLCs, but one thing I do like that I've noticed is that they program deer to push you off of cliffs if you stand too close to them. I love that. I fucking love that I've seen so many clips of people walking up to a ledge of a cliff to look down, and then a fucking buck just nails them in the back and knocks them off the cliff and kills them.
Wow.
I love that shit.
Yeah. Oh yeah, no, Red Dead Online is totally different. It's full on fucking wacky world on Red Dead Online. Really is. But yeah. And I agree with what Base No Bark says. Creetosis, gonna be honest, your first time through Red Dead 2 will be great. I suggest not replaying it though, because you'll start to see the cracks more and more. Yeah, that's kind of the problem.
Yeah. Oh, and the fucking oh my god.
What?
The online for Red Dead Redemption 2, oh my god.
Yeah.
They took that out back and just shot it. Oh.
Yep.
They really but my shark cards in GTA 5. Why work on online fucking RDR2 that just came out when, with shark cards?
Yep.
Never wasted. About it is as you're going around these big overall.
God, it is still skipping for me.
Some type of reward for your exploration. Your time is never wasted. And what I love about it is as you're going around these big overarching areas like Georgetown, you'll find unmarked locations where stories are hidden away. And so the one I found here in this odd townhouse I happened upon was one where I found a deactivated Mr. Handy, as I said. And as I turned it on, I said, why don't you go tell the little kid a poem? Because I'm thinking, what kind of option is that? So
it said bedtime story, didn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I believe it did.
We can go back real quick because he showed it. Let's just do that real quick.
Yeah.
Here we go. Children of Bedtime Poem.
Oh.
Okay, so it was poem.
Okay, so it is a poem. Okay.
Yeah, but I mean, that's still not going to be that much different than a bedtime story. Like, the point is, it's to make them go to sleep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Alright. I don't... Let's see where this goes, I guess. I don't expect anything, like, amazing or spectacular from this, but let's see. Maybe there's an amazing storytelling skeleton upstairs of an adult skeleton that's been shrunken down to child size in the bed, dead.
Yeah.
Because if it was a living skeleton, that would be a bit of a problem, obviously. There'd be a problem.
That'd be a great joke to hear you say that, and then we cut into the game itself of him going in upstairs, and the skeleton sits bolt upright and looks at him, and you just play the Home Alone.
And why don't you go tell the little kid a poem? Something in... What kind of option is that? So I follow the Mr. Handy around the house, and he goes up to a destroyed bunk bed.
And there's a shrunken skeleton in the bed.
With a teddy bear. Oh, how did I call
serious? I thought he was gonna say something about like, oh, you can make it walk the dog or go to the grocery store, and you can use it to like, distract the super mutants on the way there, so you could shoot them and kill them while they're focused on the robot, because that's what I do. No, he's literally just gonna be like, oh, guys, there's a shrunken skeleton in the bunk bed.
Holy shit.
I mean, it was just... Again, just like watching Trigun last night, I wish I could use this as proof that I'm psychic. But I can't, because it was just that fucking obvious. Of course there's gonna be a shrunken skeleton in the bed. I can't believe we're unironically doing fucking storytelling skeletons.
Yeah, this is so shit. Fucking rot bar. Oh my god, those children in the post-apocalypse house are dead. Amazing. Yeah.
Yeah.
You want to know what's even funnier? There's this one house you can find in Fallout 3, where inside, I believe there's like a terminal or a message somewhere about like their dog, and then you go in the backyard and it's just like a regular post-apocalypse Fallout dog that's like, it doesn't have its hair but it's dead, but it's also very clearly supposed to be this pre-war dog, because they never made a dog skeleton model, so that's the only thing they could do to show this.
Yeah.
It just looks really bad.
And on the top bunk, very small skeleton with some other plushes on the top bunk, and you hear Mr. Handy reading the poem to what was supposed to be a very young kid.
I can't tell you how heartbroken I am right now. I have never been more sad in my life than at this very moment, because of the environmental storytelling skeleton on top of that bed. Because, you know, that's how you really cut through to earn an emotional payoff from the audience, is you put a skeleton on a mattress that doesn't even have fucking blankets on it or anything, and you put a teddy bear next to it, and it tells you all you need to know. It's secretly brilliant, guys, okay? Trust me.
Wait. I just saw something that's beyond fucking retarded.
What?
Holy
Does this have to do with the video?
No, I'm just gonna put it here because I just saw it and I was just like, what the But yeah, no, we don't have to talk about it, but just you can have that moment of like, what?
Yeah, I saw that earlier.
Anyway.
And you recognize the nature of this world and that we're not here anymore.
God, it keeps fucking skipping. This is actually really annoying.
Poem to what was supposed to be a very young kid. And you recognize the grim nature of this world and that, wow, that kid's not here anymore. And
Wow, you could have recognized that any other way from any of the other church buildings.
That kid's dead. I would have never figured out that kid was dead if this fucking robot.
Never would have known that children and women, some of them maybe even pregnant, died in the nuclear bombing of the Hellfire No, we never would have known that. Dude, this is what made you understand it, Mr. Maddie, because you're an idiot.
I cannot believe he is actually fucking praising this, and that this is this new thing that I did. Oh my god, are you serious?
Totally new to Mr. Maddie, by the way. Totally new.
I wonder
Oh
if he,
my god.
I wonder if he made this video because the whole storytelling skeleton meme thing, like, became a meme in the past several months, where it's like, oh no, the bombs are dropping! Quick, I gotta do something to become an environmental storytelling skeleton.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like I said, I would try to do the wackiest, weirdest thing possible. Assuming, once I get over the fact that I'm gonna die here in a second, I would try to, like, lay in, like, a weird way or something like that. Or, like, be holding on to a statue in, like, a suggestive manner or something like that, so that people, like, thousands of years later will find my skeleton and be like, what the fuck?
Now, you know what I do? I run over to the nearest chain link fence so I can reenact the fucking Terminator scene.
Creetosis, please do a Chills impression of that skeleton. Number 15. When you play a post-apocalypse game, you might not expect to find a dead skeleton, but that just might be what you get.
A dead skeleton as opposed to a live one?
Yeah, exactly. That's the point. Just like that dude at Pompeii who died while jerking it.
Yes! Oh my god. It's like, wow, tragic, but also relatable.
And most people, and that existentialist, very.
I don't know if finding a skeleton in a post-apocalypse game is existential at all.
Yeah, no. What would be more existential is if, like, you're in a vault and you've been taught your entire life that, this is the vault of the saviors. You get this whole reputation, like, we kept our doors open during the blast and let every single person who came to our doorstep in. You're just told this over and over and over again. And then something causes you to have to leave the vault, and you go outside and you see hundreds of skeletons, like, clawing at the walls and stuff like that, where they've clearly died trying to get in. So you like, your entire world was a lie. Everything you were told was a complete facade. That clearly this vault didn't do that when the bombs fell. That they left everyone out there to die. And it's just like, that is more like. That's more powerful of a fucking environmental storytelling. And it leads to the existential question of, are you, if everything you know is built up off of a lie, then who are you? If everything you know and believed in and trusted is a lie, then what is real? Who are you in this situation anymore?
Yeah. $5 from Just a Guy from Alabama. Thank you. Wouldn't it be unfortunate if you posed for environmental storytelling, but the bomb lands close enough to vaporize you? That would be unfortunate.
No, because then you would get the ghost. You get the ghosting on the nearby walls and stuff like that when it bleaches everything. Which, seriously, those are creepy as fuck. Like, the fucking the scorch mark ghosts of people that used to be there and they got vaporized. It's just like, oh god.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember, not last year, but I think the year before, I was watching videos talking about different nuclear accidents or people who died from it, and some of the bomb testing that was going off. There was one bomb that turned out to be a lot more powerful than they expected, and the flash was so bright that if you held your arm up to block out the brightness, like, you'd be able to... Your arm went translucent because it was that bright. It's like, Jesus fucking Christ.
Yeah.
Packed in the corner of the world. You can.
I'm not, like, unless I'm rewinding every few seconds, I'm getting nothing. I'm getting bits and pieces of what he's saying.
Yeah, well, I mean, we have been pausing a lot. Let's go back and try again. We'll let you do the one that pauses everything, Kree.
Okay.
Existentialism in that very, very small tale found packed in the corner of the world is what I think Fallout 3 is all about.
Fallout 3 is about a fucking water crisis, my dude.
Yeah, like, very on the nose. What's about Project Purity and solving the water crisis that nobody talks about, nobody is actually in crisis about, and there is no water crisis except the main story says there is one.
Oof, yeah, and that one caused a massive dose of fallout to rain down on a Japanese fishing boat. They had to sail home for 2 weeks with advanced radiation sickness. It's a miracle they survived. I thought they didn't survive. But yeah, that's one of the cases I was talking about. Fallout 3 is about everything but a water crisis. And apparently there's another super chat from just a guy from Alabama, so let me find that. $5 from just a guy from Alabama. Thank you. Unique weapons in Fallout 3 and 4 are just normal weapons, but slightly better. Whereas I would kill someone for Lucky in real life. Lucky?
The 357 revolver in Fallout New Vegas, the black one with the.
I actually don't use the revolvers in New Vegas, so I don't think I've ever found that one.
Bruh.
What?
Wow. You've never found the one that's like the second unique pistol that you get at the start of the game?
No. Where is it?
It's in Prim.
Where in Prim?
It's in a locked safe in the Bison Steve Hotel.
Oh.
Yeah. It's the one that I was showing you whenever I pull it out, he does the spin and does the wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
You've probably picked it up a dozen times and never noticed. That might be it. Look, I've got a terrible memory, okay?
But yeah, it's got better stats than the regular one, and it looks completely different. Like it has a different paint job and everything, and it's got a longer barrel.
Oh. It doesn't have as long of a barrel as the one from fucking Walking Dead, does it?
No.
Okay. I always thought that gun looked weird. Rick's gun in the Walking Dead show.
Oh, the Colt Python?
I'm not a gun guy. I don't know what it's called. I just know
Oh
it's
my
a
God,
revolver
hold
with a
on.
massive barrel.
Let me get the storybook picture out so you can look at it.
You what?
No, that's fine. The Colt Python it's normal sized.
Yeah,
that's a normal sized barrel.
Yeah, Colt Python is very
Hold on.
normal looking.
I was sure the Walking Dead gun looked like it had an unusually long barrel. Hold on.
No, there are ones that do have like absurdly long barrels, and they're like they do look pretty goofy, but this is not the Walking Dead, Walking Dead one.
Apparently not. I just
It's okay. Kree was having an owl moment.
No, it's just look. It's been a while since I've watched Walking Dead because it's not a very good show. Okay,
That's fair.
From the side, it looks normal, but there's that one pose, like, half the time Rick is aiming a gun in that show, he has this, like, weird fucking pose, where the gun, like, he's holding his arm out, but the gun downwards, and I really don't like the way that looks. You know what I'm talking about, right?
I was showing an actual real revolver that does exist, and there you go, there's its gun.
Fucking Hilari. The fucking Hilari barrels, man. They're fucking ridiculous.
Now, the weird part is, yes, this does help with accuracy for multiple reasons, but it's just funny that this barrel is that long.
Okay, I found an image, and you might be able to understand how I got confused, because from the side it looks fine, but when he's in this pose, and I don't know why he aims his gun like that. Maybe you guys can explain that to me. But it looks weird from that angle.
Thanks, Pagan. Yeah, that's what I was thinking of. But yeah, the reason is perspective.
Yeah, I get that now. Like, again, I haven't looked at it in a very long time, because the Walking Dead TV show is utter dog shit. I just had the vague image in my mind, and remembering it looked weird. But again, I want your guys' opinion on what is this actually like a good shooting pose?
No.
Okay,
No.
good. Thank God.
He's limp wristing the fuck out of it.
Yeah, because that was my thing that I hated about any time he holds a gun. I shouldn't say any time, most times. Is he's doing this weird thing where he holds his arm out. I'll copy the link for chat so chat can see it. He's holding his arm out, but he's holding the gun at a downwards angle. And it looks really bad to me. Hold on. Reset. Ooh, that's still a gigantic image. Oh my god. Resize. I hate this pose. I hate it so much. Like, yeah, especially if you're trying to shoot someone in front of you, the bullet is going to go down and into the fucking ground. Like, obviously he's not aiming directly at the ground, but it's at a very obvious downward angle. He's liable to dislocate his arm holding it like that. Rip. Ah, you're talking about Cowboy Gangsta.
God, it almost looks like it's CGI'd onto his hand. It almost doesn't look like an actual revolver.
Anyways, back to the video. Oh no, where'd Watch Together go? There it is.
You can tell me to home about New Vegas, the diverging story paths, how it did what Bethesda did better, and I'll hear you out all day, and there's a lot of stuff I agree with you on. But to me, this is where Fallout 3 outshines Fallout 4, New Vegas. It's...
What do you mean it outshines Fallout 4? Fallout 4 does the exact same thing!
Yeah, and also outshines New Vegas. Gonna fucking press X down on that.
Yeah, there's plenty of good storytelling, like environmental storytelling in New Vegas, so that's just bullshit as well.
But Pagan, does it have as many environmental storytelling skeletons as Fallout 3 does?
Oh, sorry, I thought we were going by quality, not by how many there are. That's my bad, I'm sorry. Jesus Christ. Yeah, no, like I can already think of like several in New Vegas that are like way better, especially because there's actual corpses, not just skeletons. There's actual corpses of people. Like in the highway patrol station, there's a dead body with a star bottle cap next to him, and that entire cell is full of mantis nymphs that swarmed him and killed him, and he was stuck inside the cell with them. It's like, that's already better. There's another jail cell one where there's like a skeleton with its arm reaching out, and it's just out of reach from a bottle of water that it just couldn't quite reach that bottle of water, and they ended up dying of dehydration.
Yeah.
It's like that. There's two just off the top of my head, and I feel like those are already better than every single one in Fallout 3, except for maybe the fucking motorcycle dude. But even Fallout New Vegas has a motorcycle dude. So if you don't know what I'm talking about, Fallout 3 has one skeleton where, for whatever reason, keep in mind, this makes no fucking sense. If you go into the sewers to get to the Air Force base to fight the Enclave...
Oh, and Broken Steel?
Yeah, there's this... there's like a ramp set up down there for some reason. It makes no fucking sense why. There's just like ramps set up so that you can ramp inside the tunnel, and there's a crashed motorbike on one side, and if you look up, you can actually see like the top half of a skeleton whose face is just jammed into a light, where they smash their head into a light fixture while ramping in the tunnel for some reason.
Oh.
It's really weird. And then New Vegas has one where there's a crashed motorcycle and a skeleton with its head up against a rock.
I didn't expect to say the word skeleton so many times today.
Oh man, we should have had the dancing skeleton loop at the bottom of the fucking video, just going there all the time.
Fantastic. 197. Thank you to Owl. Thank you. Welcome to Owl membership. I was combining those two things into one. $5 from Bentastic 197. Thank you. Here's some apology dollar dues. I deserve that time out. You got timed out?
Yeah, and I was reading the punishment record. I know why, and I agree.
Yeah, I saw it. Yeah, they posted something with a tattoo on somebody that was very explicit.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, alrighty
that
then.
even though it wasn't actually the thing, it was obvious that it was referencing the thing and was meant to look like the thing. So.
Yeah.
Also, is this guy on drugs? Probably not. Probably copium, if you consider that
I was about
a drug.
to say,
Yeah,
like, the only
he's
drug he's
high
on
on
is fucking copium.
It's that discovery, and it's just so densely packed that you never really see everything.
I'd call Fallout 3 a lot of things. Densely packed is not one of them. Actually, was he referring to Fallout 3 there? I can wind it back.
Yeah, let's wind it back. I want to hear that again.
$2 from Fantastic 197. Thank you. Copies is a drug. I assume he meant copium.
Better, and I'll hear you out all day, and there's a lot of stuff I agree with you on. But to me, this is where Fallout 3 outshines Fallout 4, New Vegas. It's that moment-to-moment discovery, and it's just so densely packed that you never really see everything.
What? Yeah,
What?
That's fucking bullshit.
Yeah,
What
no, that is...
What fucking version of Fallout 3 are you playing?
Yeah, if anything, I would say Fallout 4 is more densely packed than Fallout 3. And I don't even like Fallout 4.
I don't like Fallout 4 either, but part of the problem with Fallout 4 that it is so densely packed that you have mobs of enemies that should despise each other sitting like several meters from each other without noticing each other.
Yeah.
Like within eyeshot of each other, and they're not just attacking like raiders and super mutants having camps close to one another.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's weird. Whereas in Fallout 3, there's quite a bit of open space with just nothing in it. So I don't know what he means by, oh yeah, it's so much more densely packed. You're discovering so much more. One, it's not as densely packed, and two, oh yeah, you're discovering so many more useless skeletons that don't even really tell a story. Nice job. Amazing. Well done, Bethesda. Because that's what I play my Fallout games for. The skeletons.
Well, don't you know the skeletons are the best part of these games?
According to Bethesda and this retard, yes, apparently.
Like, especially when you're outside of the DC area in Fallout 3, like, there just isn't that much that's densely packed. Like, okay, sure, Vault 101, Springvale, and Megaton are all very close to one another. That's, like, one of the few examples of three somewhat big locations being right next to each other. but you can beeline from Megaton to Tenpenny Tower without running into anything. Like, sure, wild encounters, but there's no major locations or, like, landmarks or anything. The northern half of the map especially, there's just a lot of emptiness out there.
Yep.
And I find this funny that he said it's densely packed, considering the message that was posted along with this says that the emptiness is good. So is he going to be talking out of both sides of his mouth here?
Probably.
Yeah, probably.
It's what shills tend to do.
Oh god, somebody mentioned that in chat. I forgot about that. Yeah, the Ghoul family with, the kid in the fridge family. God, they live right next to Quincy. They live right next to the fucking Gunners, and they just ignore each other.
I can't tell you how much I hate Quincy as a whole in that game.
It's so bad. It's so fucking bad. And it's insane how close they live to Quincy. Like, I could understand if it was like across a stream or something, like a bit of a ways, but no, it's right on top of it. Like, it's literally like 2 or 3 steps and you're in the town with the Gunners from their house.
Yeah.
It's that bad.
No, Cree, the best part of Fallout 3 is nothing, lol. Fair.
I mean, true, accurate.
Because there's always to find like that story right there. And to me, that story is better than any story that could be told within the game after a long stretch of time.
What?
Yeah, I've gone.
What? What? Yeah, Skeletons Dead on the Road is always such a much better story that I got to see than actually talking to characters with dialogue and motivations. And
to be fair, the main story of Fallout 3 is that awful, so you making up a fan fiction about a miniaturized skeleton is likely a better story.
Fair, but it's still ridiculous to say that, yes, I got a better story in this game from a fucking dead skeleton. Fucking, that's stupid. I did the same thing Cree did. From a fucking skeleton.
No, you're right, Pagan. It's a dead skeleton.
Yeah, as opposed to the live ones.
Yes, the live ones are important. We must save them, okay?
But yeah, somehow the fucking skeletons have a better story than any of the characters in this goddamn fucking game. Yes, none of the stories told by actual people that are alive with dialogue and motivations and character. Yeah, no, they're all like, you just can't get a story better than the skeletons in this game. It's like, wow, do you understand how awful that makes the game sound? Like, do you not understand how much you are shitting on the game by saying that? Like, you're not wrong, but holy shit, you're trying to shill for the game.
We're reaching levels of copium that should not be possible.
Yep.
God.
Skeletons for sale, never worn.
I didn't know the skeleton cope was this real. Like, I remember Many a True Nerd made a similar argument in his Fallout 3 defense video. But, like, that's a special case, because that's someone going out of his way to try and make the game look as good as possible. So, of course, he's going to use, like, lame-ass arguments like that. But it exists outside of that one example. I'm just kind of shocked by that, because it's such a shit argument.
Yeah, it's really fucking bad. Also, Daniel K. But you see, those characters aren't dead, so they can't tell a story about how they died. Yeah, exactly.
On Oasis, I've talked to the family. Yeah, I've seen my dad go into Project Purity for the millionth time. I've been through all that. But that new discovered story completely resonated with me, and to think it was entirely missable and entirely unmarked and was told strictly through the environment where...
When I was playing Fallout 3 the other day, I escaped from Raven Rock and traveled down the road, and there's this bridge there, and I found a truck full of skeletons, and I knew they were being people sent. They were people being sent to an internment camp, and that just resonated with me so much. It completely changed the way I look at Fallout 3 because I had missed this thing for so many years. And it's such fucking bullshit.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, this is just wow. The levels of shilling going on right now is astonishing.
And I wasn't joking when what I just said, but, well, I was partially joking. I did find a truck full of skeletons, a big transport truck on the highway full of skeletons. It's like, yeah, it's clear that they were probably people being sent to an internment camp or something, but, like, okay. There's plenty of skeletons in the game of people who died horribly when the bombs dropped. Why should I care about this one example of something horrible happening any more than any other?
Yeah, especially when see that's the thing that really bugs me about this world is supposed to be harsh and every day is supposed to be a fight for survival. Yeah, especially within Fallout 3 because that's how they try to describe it because there's no water, there's no food. Well, there's plenty of food. They just don't explain where it comes from.
There's
But,
plenty of food for some reason, but no water.
Yeah, I don't understand that. But somehow we're expected to care more about these people, these skeletons of people who died during the bombs like over 200 years ago more than what's going on around us currently. Like that's so stupid. Like
Yeah, but
one,
pagan.
they're already not that engaging to begin with as just short stories on their own, like environmental storytelling on their own. They're already not that interesting, but then when you also tie in the setting of the game itself, it makes you care even less.
But Pagan, did you ever stop to consider that the skeleton on screen has a teddy bear beside it, so that means it's a kid and it's really, really tragic?
I didn't consider that maybe this really oddly proportioned shrunk down skeleton could be a child. I just assumed it was a mutant freak. But now that you mentioned that it could have been a child, I feel so much more impacted by it.
To be fair, it might not have been a child. It might have been a tism.
True.
That's true.
It made me sharp broken. I've seen that multiple times in chat. I just had to say it, fucking, because you said heartbroken and people were like sharp broken.
Oh.
Being said is what conveyed to me something so powerful, and that's capturing of the universe where the world truly is over. Yes, even young innocent lives were taken in the Great War. I just thought it captured it so well.
I mean, yeah. Everyone fucking died when the bombs dropped. I don't know why, like, I don't know, man. Like, I don't get it.
I mean, we know it's a hardcore stretch. He needs to stretch out that this is interesting and unique and something new and special, even though it's not in the slightest way, shape, or form.
Yeah.
Maybe it's new to him, but it isn't new to the game. There's hundreds of other of these oddly proportioned skeletons all over the place.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and most people have found these, so
one of the
it's like, yeah, it's new to you, but most of us have already seen these, and like we said, there's so many of these in the game. They're just everywhere.
Not only is there so many of them in the game, one of the first areas people are likely to find is Springvale School, which has cages with tiny skeletons in them. In fact, that's one of the examples Many a True Nerd referenced in his video. At least I'm pretty sure it is.
I'm pretty sure it was, too, because I remember we made the whole... because we were talking about how weird it is that there was, like, cages in the school and stuff like that. Like, why are there cages in the school?
To lock the little bastards up. Why else?
Apparently, I guess.
Do I have to play the Trigun Stampede clip again?
Maybe.
I mean, it's more entertaining than this video.
It is, yeah. People die in the apocalypse? No.
Yeah. Wait. Are you telling me nukes kill adults and children? Apparently. Like, I...
Now, to be fair, in a Bethesda game, that is kind of surprising. The fact that children actually do die from the set-piece nuclear explosions in the game is genuinely, like, I'm shocked. I'm shocked that they even allowed that.
Yeah, it actually is kind of shocking that the 2 kids in Megaton don't actually show up in Lamplight or something later.
Yeah, exactly.
I had to look it up, but apparently a skeleton can break down in a decade if it's in a humid environment. It could take millennia in dry areas, but Washington is definitely not a desert. Well, have you ever considered that it doesn't rain in Fallout 3, and that there are scorpions in this place, and it's the fucking desert? It's so bad.
Yeah.
I popped around on this point for a while, but that was when I decided I do want to make a video on this because it then connected with me. This is such a special game. I already knew it. I already felt it. But as I mentioned at the top, this
My
place
shill
is-
senses are tingling. I knew it, I felt it, and now this skeleton copium is gonna push it over the edge.
God, like, again, I'm trying not to be mean, but this, it comes across as really pathetic. You know?
I mean, on its own, it's already pathetic, but then you also remember that this is another review, a 2023 review, an update of his 2020 review of the game. And I'm sure he already had another Fallout 3 review before the 2021.
I'm just shocked that this game has been out for, 15 years now. This man is just now discovering fucking environmental storytelling skeletons, and this is the thing that changed the game for him.
Yeah, I can't believe it. I'm such a big fan of these games, but I had no clue about the environmental storytelling of the skeletons. Really?
Maybe he
How?
did, but then he found a skeleton he hadn't seen before, and that somehow changed his perspective. I don't know how you find one new skeleton when you found hundreds before, and this is the one that changes your perspective, when those other hundreds of skeletons have very similar stories.
I guess the only difference is it's like, oh, but there's actually something interacting with it. Like, it's not just a dead skeleton on the floor. There's also a robot that tries to talk to it, not understanding that it's dead.
Yeah.
Which, that is not that much more engaging or interesting than any of the others. Because it's literally just, a robot will read a poem in a room where it thinks a child is sleeping.
Well, to be fair, the child isn't moving, so it actually might be asleep. We don't know if it's asleep or not. It could be.
Yeah, fair. I mean, we're not doctors. How can we possibly diagnose that that skeleton is actually alive or dead? Maybe it's just sleeping.
It's not a dead skeleton, it's a sleeping skeleton.
Yeah,
Don't
exactly.
wake him up.
I'm pretty sure that was... I can't remember what, but I swear there was a joke like that somewhere.
Well, you think of that. $2 from Just a Guy from Alabama. Thank you. Moment-to-moment discovery of the same 3 enemies. Yep, that's Fallout 3 for you. $5 from Just a Guy from Alabama. Thank you. I was exploring, and I found a graveyard, and I found many skeletons. Such environmental storytelling. Also, missed another super chat in Cree gay. Oh. Well, thank you.
Get wrecked, nerd.
Wow.
Well, at least they didn't call you a furry this time.
Yeah, that's true.
You're just now being forced to join the gay club instead.
Oh no, I'm not gay either, but it's still preferable to be being called a furry.
I don't know. I think I'd rather be a furry.
Hagen rethinking his entire life.
I don't know, man. The gay community is fucking shit.
Yeah, well, we always make a distinction between the original LGBT versus this new Q plus pedo group that's going.
Yeah, I know. It's it's just fun. The idea that somebody might actually prefer to be a furry or being gay.
Yeah.
Different. It was just a playthrough, just for me to hang out and have some fun quietly, away from the content. But when I saw that, I went, I got one more in me. I got one more in me. It's time for me to express my love for Fallout 3 again. And
I gotta shield this game more.
Pure copium.
Yeah, I got a taste of that Bethesda cock again, and I had to share it with everyone else. You guys gotta try this dick too. It's so good. Slob on that knob, guys. Get in there. Creetosis. I'm not gay either, but $200 super chat is $200 super chat.
Wow. Yeah, I don't understand getting taken in by here's a skeleton. Here's the same model of a skeleton you've seen fucking hundreds of times at this point, but here it is in a similar context that you've seen hundreds of times by this point, and this is the thing that changes it for you. I do not get it. It'd be like if you ate a slice of cake every single day for like 5 years, and then like on the 5th year you just like, man, cake is actually really good. It's like, but you've been eating it for 5 years, like straight, every day. You're only now realizing that, cake is good.
and encourage. It goes beyond the storytelling, though. One thing I'm very pleased to say is that, as I've reported in the past, there was a patch that removed the stupid Windows Live thing that was in Fallout 3 on Steam, where it made it where only the GOG version was worth playing, in my opinion, if you were over on PC. What's great to know now is because of a patch that came very, very late into the game's life, it has now made Fallout 3 a game you can play comfortably on Steam without worrying about crashing. And man, oh man, is it nice to have, because I hate library hopping on PC. I'm sure many of you can relate to that. I didn't mind going over to GOG as my dedicated launcher for Fallout 3 Game of the Year edition, but now it's nice to have everything in my Steam hub, and yes, it does work well, as this playthrough was done over on PC. Now, you may notice through the gameplay you're
I don't see what the point of any of that was.
I'm actually curious if he'll even mention why, because they didn't do it out of the kindness of their hearts and, 12 years later, we finally decided to do this because, we just really wanted to. No, it was because it was getting moved to, shit, what's that? I don't use it, so I always forget the name of it.
Or whatever.
God damn it. That sailing, I can't think of it. I don't know what it's called. Game Pass. It got moved to Game Pass, and they need to fix it for that, so they could make more money. That's it. That's the only reason they fixed it. Otherwise, they would not have cared or done anything. So it wasn't even out of the kindness of their hearts or anything. It was literally, we want to make more money off of this, this new platform it's going to be sold on. We got to fix that bug, or else we won't make more money. So, 12 years later, we're finally going to fix it specifically because we can make more money. Like, fuck off. You could have fixed it at any time, and you just didn't. ugh. And then this idiot's gonna fucking praise it like, oh yeah, it took them a long time, guys, but they did it. They fixed it. Ugh, I don't see what the problem is. Fuck off.
Didn't they fix that like a year or two ago, anyways? So
They just fixed it like a year or two ago, yeah, for Game Pass because it was getting brought to Game Pass.
so yeah, I don't see like why that was something to include a big segment on in your video reviewing it. Because it seems like news that like anyone it's relevant to would know by now. And it's
Yeah.
like if you're watching a review because like, oh hey, I want to check out this game, it's not going to be like a make or break thing for a lot of people that, oh yeah, you can play it on Steam now without having to mod it. Something oddly poetic about removing Microsoft's defunct bullshit so they can add it to Microsoft's new bullshit. There is something funny about that, yeah.
Yeah.
Watching, it's with New Vegas. I feel like that game with mods.
Oh my god, the skipping. I don't know why it's skipping so much.
Over on PC. Now you may notice through the gameplay you're watching, it's unmodded. With New Vegas, I feel like that game goes to a whole other level with mods because the modding capability for it is still so impressive to this day. And there's things like realistic damage and the better aiming down sights, things like that, you know, the gore that they add to it that make it so much better. But with Fallout 3, call me a purist, call me egotistical, if you will, even. But there is
No, it's easy. We can spell it out for you. SHILL. There you go.
I don't know how playing a game unmodded would make you egotistical.
Yeah, again, he's just trying to inflate like how he likes Fallout 3 so much better without mods. It's better. You can tell that's where this is going.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say.
Because he's a fucking shill.
Yeah, he's gonna be like, oh sure,
yeah,
sure.
But I still don't know how that plays into egotism. You know?
No, again, that's just fluff words he was putting. It's like, oh, I'm not gonna call you an egotist or anything like that. I'm gonna call you a shill because that's what you are.
Yeah, I don't know why anyone would subject themselves to Fallout 3 unmodded unless they're like doing a video specifically where they need it unmodded. $5.
I also don't like the implication of like, oh well, clearly you get more enjoyment from New Vegas because you play with mods. So, well, I don't need mods to play Fallout 3 because it's just that good. I don't like that implication he's trying to put on New Vegas.
Yeah. Because guess what? I play New Vegas unmodded all the time.
So do I. I mean, it's been a while since I played New Vegas. I like the game, but I don't like it nearly as much as people think I do.
Yeah. Again, it's the whole EFAP situation where whenever EFAP talks shit about Marvel films, oh, they're just DC fanboys. And every time they talk shit about DC films, oh, they're just Marvel fanboys. Like, no, they're just judging the movie by a standard.
Yeah. $5 from Just a Guy from Alabama. Thank you. Wish Emily was here so I could call her a proto-Brazilian. Maybe she would tolerate being called a Frenchie.
Wow.
Is something so special about the traditional Fallout 3 experience, and I genuinely wouldn't want it any other way. I have modded Fallout 3 in the past. If you watch my very old videos, you'll see me running around in a Spider-Man suit. You'll see me running around with crazy weapons and going to all these weird quest locations. But the modding capability for Fallout 3 just isn't that great. And honestly, it works in my favor because I love just going around the base version of this game. Because as I explore this world, I started to recognize another thing, which is Fallout 3 is weirdly beautiful. And it's so funny to be saying that here and now. because Fallout 3 was a game that I used to think was ugly as sin. I was like, oh my god, I can't look at this any longer. It's this brown and green color palette.
He rambles a lot.
He does. That's coming from us too. So
Yeah.
Well, I think there's a difference between tangenting and rambling, because tangenting is like, oh hey, we were watching Deep Space Nine and such and such happened in this episode. It was a really good episode. Rambling is, oh well, I'm playing this game and I'm doing the thing, and this thing is not that important, but I'm doing it, and blah 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 blah. Like it's very directionless, and like spending 3 times the time you need to say something,
Yeah. Fair. He's not very eloquent.
Yeah. Cree about to go off on a rambling tangent about the difference between rambling and the difference between tangents and rambling. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, because again, when we were talking about Trigun earlier, you could call that a tangent, even though it's what we opened on. But we got like right to the point with a lot of the stuff we were talking about. We were talking about it for a while, but we weren't adding unnecessary fluff or like shit like that,
Yeah, we didn't spend too long on one thing that we had a problem with. We were jumping from thing to thing like very quickly.
Yeah.
Rocks is but there are moments you see like one big building in the distance, nothing else but wasteland around it. The sun is peering out from behind the building, and it's in that moment that you recognize again how everything connects back to that exploration. You see,
This is a place you're fucking directed to.
Yeah. What?
Yeah. And
Also, he
it
says that
doesn't
it's supposed to
look...
be weirdly beautiful. It's like, but it doesn't look
Yeah, that's
beautiful.
not weirdly beautiful at all. That's just bleh.
Yeah, it exists. That's just kind of what you can say about it.
Yeah.
I guess it is the whole beauty is in the eye of the beholder thing. That kind of thing is subjective, but
Yeah.
what I'm seeing here doesn't feel like something that was made to be a work of art. It feels like something that was made to serve a purpose. This is a video game world where you travel and fight things, so we have to make that world look somewhat good. And by good, I
Yeah.
mean like, hey, you're in a world where there's supposed to be grass, so let's put in some grass models. It's a post-apocalypse, so let's have a burned-out house over there on the right. There's rocks in the wasteland, because of course there are.
Yeah, and again, it's subjective, but I just feel like New Vegas's Mojave Desert, which is an actual desert, like it's a natural desert, not a wasteland desert, is just automatically more beautiful to look at because it has the plant life and the actual desert aesthetics, whereas this is just a blown up wasteland. It's not even a real desert. It just looks ugly.
Yeah. The thing I like most about Fallout 3 is the architecture of the buildings.
Yeah.
There's some times where those can look pretty good, but the wasteland itself, like out in the middle of nowhere like he is here, not so much. What's with the floating emotes in the corner of chat, Cree? I have no fucking clue. It's something that they started doing on YouTube like a week ago for some reason. And I don't even know if they align with anything, because when the emotes start, like, splooshing out of the corner, I'm not saying those emotes posted in chat. They're just kind of randomly there. And as far as I know, you can't react to a stream the way you react to a Discord post with emotes. So I don't know what it is or why it's there.
Hey,
Yeah, that was
wait,
my
wait,
thing. I didn't understand like how they're even appearing. Like how are people even able to do it?
Yeah.
Yeah, there they go. What
Yeah, I
the
just saw
fuck?
several of them. There's like a surprise emote. There was a party popper emote. There's a few hearts. I'm like, where and why are these appear? Like, how are people doing them and why? There's a bunch of laughing emotes again. Like, I don't see what these connect. I can't imagine our chat putting in these random emotes, you know? So I don't know where they're coming from.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've been looking at the chat for a while trying to figure out like how you do that, because I'm just like, oh, well, if they added it, surely there's a way to do it, but I can't find it. I can't find any way to do it. So how the fuck are they even appearing?
Yeah, I don't know. It's very distracting. Why is that happening? I don't know.
Fucking YouTube.
Yep.
Emptiness in Fallout 3 really.
Well, we found it. It's jam-packed. You always find stuff everywhere. It's all over the place. It's so full and dense. The sense of emptiness is just... Good job.
Yeah. Yeah, he just talked out of both sides of his fucking mouth.
$5 from just a guy from Alabama. Thank you. I like to imagine that Bethesda fans are like the chocolate guy from SpongeBob, both skeletons instead of chocolate.
No, that's great. Oh, someone said it's on mobile. It's above the donate button. Oh, so it's mobile users that can do it.
Yeah, but okay, we've got 136 viewers here right now as I'm saying this. How many of you are on mobile and are clicking on the emotes thing to make it happen? Because, again, it's the same few emotes over and over again, and it's not like we have 1,000 or 10,000 people here where it makes sense that they would be going off constantly. So I don't like it. So there's the 100 emote with the line under it. There's hearts. There's party poppers. Sometimes there's surprised or laughing emotes. It's the same ones, the same few every single time, and they're going off almost constantly.
It's just me, sorry.
There are 5 emotes and you can spam click them. Oh. Okay. I guess I'll keep an eye out for that the next time I'm watching someone else's stream on my phone.
Some people say they can't see it, so I guess you have to have a certain phone then.
Oh.
Like maybe you have to have an iPhone or something to do it.
Why would YouTube do this? I don't know, but I wish you could turn it off.
Yeah, the fact we can't turn it off is what pisses me off. It's like we should have the option as the ones, you know, it's your channel. You should be able to decide whether this shit appears or not.
Really along, because when you see that,
God,
that's something.
it is skipping really bad for me. I haven't had it skip this bad in a very long time.
You see the sense of emptiness in Fallout 3 really helps the exploration along, because when you see that one singular building in the distance, you go, that's something. I've seen nothing for a while. That is something. I gotta go check it out. And off you go.
I've seen nothing for a while. It's so jam-packed and full everywhere, guys. I've seen nothing for a while. The sense of emptiness. Jesus Christ. What a dense motherfucker.
The world is densely packed, but the emptiness is what makes you see a building and see, hey, I could go explore. It's amazing how something can suck and blow at the same fucking time.
Yep.
It's a gift. Clearly. He is blessed.
Nothing. Repeat, rinse, and repeat. Of course, there are little marker mini map bar that are unfilled, and once you get closer, they fill up, so you'll know when you're going towards something you've discovered versus not discovered. But that's what I love about a Bethesda Game Studios game, is it's not so heavily waypoint driven.
What are you talking about?
I was pausing for
What?
something else, but that last statement that snuck in there before I hit pause, holy shit!
It is completely waypoint driven. That's one
That's
of the
the
big
meme of Bethesda games, is that you don't pay attention to the world, you're just stuck to the fucking taskbar because it's going to point you exactly where to go. Like, I'm an idiot, I would just follow the arrow.
Oh my god, what a fucking idiot.
You're mining whole new levels of stupidity here. Jesus.
There's something else he said there I wanted to grab before that. I completely forgot what it was.
Going towards something you've discovered versus not discovered. But that's what I love about a Bethesda Game Studios game, is it's
Right, that. That's what I love about a Bethesda Game Studios game. Who talks like this? Are you trying to, like, is this an ad read? Oh man, I love Coca-Cola products.
Oh boy, I sure do love drinking Pepsi from Pepsi Bottlers of America. Oh boy, it's just so tasty. I really can't get enough. And did you know they have Dr. Pepper from Pepsi Bottlers of America?
I love McDonald's fries. I'm loving it.
Well, you fucked up the thing. It's ba-da-da-da-da. And somebody out there in the ether will just say,
You completely cut out for that.
Yeah.
wow.
I will be right back.
Alrighty. Yeah, I don't... It just... Am I being an asshole, Setch, when I point this out? Oh, this is what I love about these Bethesda Game Studios games, because it really does...
You are an asshole, but you're not being an asshole pointing this out, because it is one of those awkward things.
Thank you. I appreciate your endorsement. Yeah, it just comes across as weird, because most normal people don't talk like this. To the point where this might be the first actual example I've seen of someone doing it. You know?
Yeah.
Because, a lot of companies have slogans. For some reason, I'm having a hard time remembering them right now. Mostly because I try to fucking ignore them and put them out of my head. But, like, you don't... I've never heard a person talk about McDonald's and go, I'm loving it. Or even do the little jingle, ba-da-ba-da-da.
Loving it.
Like, I don't see that. Maybe there's people out there who do that, but I've never seen them.
It's not normal speech. It's the fucking, you know what it is? It's the Truman Show thing.
I've never actually seen that movie.
Oh, it's a fantastic movie. We should watch that movie. But because it's a TV show that he doesn't know is a TV show, his neighbors will randomly, like, talk about a thing, and it's a total fucking ad
brand
read.
name?
Yeah, she'll be like, you know what? I know what'll make you feel better. If we have this, I'll just say coffee brand because it's easy. This coffee brand coffee made with multiple different types of varieties, including beans sourced directly from Brazil. Coffee brand coffee. And then he'll look at her like, who are you talking to? But yeah, that happens constantly. Yeah, they even look at the camera that Truman can't find, because there's hidden cameras all over the place, and all the actors know where the hidden cameras are, but he doesn't.
Yeah, that's exactly what it feels to me when someone says, or I should say when this guy says, oh, that's what I love about these Bethesda Game Studios games. Like, most people just say Bethesda.
Oh, yeah, I'll do Shit.
But
Go ahead. Go ahead. I was gonna say I would agree with what somebody said in chat.
because most people don't distinguish between Bethesda the publisher and Bethesda the game developer. Because most times it's not that important to do so. Like, oh, we're talking about Fallout 3, so of course it's the game developer that we're talking about. In fact, most people don't. I shouldn't say that, actually, because some people do talk about the publishers like, oh, it's an EA game. But when it comes to Bethesda, aside from fucking weirdos who assume shit like Doom is made by Bethesda rather than published by Bethesda, like, most people just talk about the developer, it seems, you know?
Yeah. Though I will agree with what Chaplain Asmodai said. I do it ironically to emphasize how much I hate the situation I'm in. Yeah, I'll do that at times too. When I'll sit there and be like, "Oh boy, I sure do love being in the Walmart of St. Louis or Louisiana or Illinois. Boy, do I love being here at Walmart with its blue Walmart greeters." I'll just do that kind of stuff just to be an asshole. But
Yeah, but that's different from... Like, what he just said was clearly unironic.
Yes, absolutely.
Wait, this came out 2 days ago? Possibly. It was recommended very recently.
Yes, it came out 2 days ago. I checked because when it was recommended to us, it was 3 hours old.
Oh my god! Yeah, this video is not very good. And Pagan has taken a bit longer than expected. Should we continue, or...
Yes.
Yes?
Yes, because there's Deep Space Nine episodes on the line here, people.
I need to get Pagan started in the season 3 of Game of Thrones as well.
We need to get him to the end of season 2 of Deep Space Nine.
Yes.
So he can understand some dark shit that's going to happen.
Yeah.
Okay?
Who is this guy anyways? This is the guy who said it's disrespectful to say Fallout 4 is a bad game. Fallout 4 is a bad game. I thought Mr. Matty got better. So did I. Because I had seen clips where he was like being critical of Bethesda from a few years ago. But this just feels like complete shilling for this game. Maybe this really is how he feels. I don't know. But it doesn't feel genuine to me.
Yeah, we're getting some extreme cope arguments for sure.
Yeah. Fallout 4 is a bad game. Yes.
Not heavily waypoint driven. Technically there are waypoints, but it's just a little bar. And that's it. And you just go in that direction. And there's so many times that you can get easily distracted. But the UI itself isn't cluttered. It doesn't clash with the user experience.
This is what we're down to? This is what you're praising? The UI isn't very cluttered. What the fuck are you talking about? Like, this is what your big praise of it is? Oh, the UI is very minimalistic. Okay. Holy shit, man.
Yeah. This is reaching for straws if I've ever seen it. I think he has gotten better for the most part. I think Fallout 3 and 4 are just his Achilles heel, it seems. Possibly.
That could be true. That could be like, this is his blind spot. This is his sacred cow, and he just can't help it.
Yeah. It's worth pointing out again, though. Fallout 4 is a bad game. Objectively.
Yeah, it really is. It genuinely is a bad game.
$2 from just a guy from Alabama. Thank you. How do y'all feel about an RTS game set in New Vegas? It could work.
Yeah, but, that's all you can really say about it is, like, it could work, but you would kind of miss the point of a Fallout game.
I wouldn't mind. I'm not a big RTS fan, but I wouldn't mind a good RTS game based on Fallout, as long as like everything made sense for it to function. Like you make it work with the existing story and world. Like going off the New Vegas example for a moment here. Imagine after the first Battle of Hoover Dam, there's sorry, did I say first?
Yeah, you said the first battle.
Okay,
Yeah.
after the second battle of Hoover Dam, um, that it decides who gets to control New Vegas for now. But what if there is further conflict where, let's say, House takes New Vegas, and the NCR and the Legion still want this territory, and now you're doing an RTS game, because the way they're progressing the story here is, well, it's a big war, and one of the factions has to win. Again, but we're doing it like there's more focus on the actual war part of it, where House has his army of Securitrons, the NCR has their soldiers, the Legion has their army of slaves, and you have to build up those units in bases and camps to do objectives like in an RTS, and then win for your faction. I think it could work.
You could even see how things would be different for each faction. Like,
Oh yeah,
the resources for the NCR could be through literal like NCR money and through recruitment drives, and that's how you get new recruits. That's how you get your soldiers and everything. They stuff for the Legion could be just doing plantations and stuff like that, and gathering new slaves and everything like that to force them into soldier roles.
yeah,
And
taking
then
over
House is all like
other
scavenging.
tribes.
Yeah, and then House is all scavenging the old world for technology and metals and everything to smelt down and make into new robots and stuff.
Mr. House could also have mercs. Yeah, absolutely. Like imagine the technology tiers for such a game too. Like you're upgrading your weapons and everything. Like in the only RTS I've ever really played is Warcraft 2 and 3, so that's what I'm basing my knowledge off of. I think it could be I think it could work. I think it could be interesting. I kind of combine those two sentences into one.
I would say don't make it an official product. Make it like a team, a little like fan project. I think that would be the most interesting of it of all, because you're already kind of missing the point of what Fallout is about if you go with the RTS route. But you could have it as like a cool thing that you could see logically happening as a consequence of the second Battle of Hoover Dam.
Yeah. I'm not saying we absolutely have to set it there. You can set it up, and you can visit a new area of the United States that we haven't seen previously, and have existing factions in a conflict, and do an RTS based on that, as long as it's done well and everything makes sense.
I actually wrote up an entire document that is now lost, but I can give you the cliff notes of it. But I had an entire design document for a Fallout game that was set in Oregon. So going to the north instead of going east into Nevada. And what it was essentially the NCR has an expeditionary task force that's going to go north. And then as they're going across this highway, like there's something wrong about this highway. You could tell like something's been digging out all along it. So this road is like the only way in to this entire territory. And then as the NCR crosses it, like the sky gets really, really bright and everything, and a beam comes down and just slices the bridge apart. And so the NCR realizes that they're trapped here. So now they're the small fish in this new area, and it comes down to this whole thing of discovering what happened here. And you'll find out that this is where a lot of survivors of Vault 13 fled to and everything like that. And they built their own new society because that was so many years ago. And so this is an area where the NCR are not the big dogs. They're the tiny little fish in this new pond of fish. They're completely unknown. And I had the thing that cut the bridge was known as LIGHT, the Laser Integrated Geographical Targeting System. And this was a military design that was in the works but wasn't finalized until after the bombs had already started dropping. And what it was it was a satellite in geosynchronous orbit that could be charged over time and fire out incredibly concentrated beams of light to target areas. It was a surgical strike capability, essentially.
Oh.
And I had an interesting idea where you would meet all these different factions and everything like that, and you would do all these storylines, and one of the last missions you would do, or so you would think, is that you would assault the command bunker of this military complex, and you would realize that there was a guy there who was, like, controlling this satellite, and he wanted to keep the NCR out and everything like that. And then, as his last act of defiance, he activates the bunker's failsafe system, and it puts you into a cryogenic sleep. Like, it literally freezes the entire bunker. And then you wake up, and you go outside, and you'll be, like, attacked by some creature, and you get saved by somebody. Because it's supposed to be, now it's another 50 years later. And all of your choices you did throughout the game have now influenced this new thing. You get to directly see the consequences of your action. And the first thing that'll happen as a consequence is, who comes to save you from this creature? And it just goes from there. And I just, it was such a cool concept to me. It's stupidly ambitious, honestly, but I just think it'd be a really neat fucking thing to experience.
Oh. Also, I've noticed the horse has returned.
He's LARPing on a sunny... actually, what do they call those? I forget what those little packets are called.
A what?
I don't remember what they're called. They're those little juice pouch packets that every kid had, in the US at least. Every kid. You would get them and you just...
Capri Sun.
Yes, Capri Sun, that's it. And then usually you would either get the ones that would go in perfectly and you're like, nice, or you get the ones that struggle with it and you'd have to push, and you push it in and squirt yourself in the face.
We continued without you, Pagan.
Yeah, I know.
All right.
Yeah.
I had to go, I had my headset on so I could still hear. I just was in the bathroom, and then I needed to restart my computer.
It's a good thing we didn't talk about all those Deep Space Nine spoilers we could have, Setch.
Yeah. You guys didn't have any of you that didn't have Capri Sun never went on a fucking school trip, field trip or anything. Jesus. That was like the go-to for a school field trip.
We have those here, but they were never as big as they were in the States. I had normal juice boxes.
Which is weird, considering Canadians are known for having bagged milk, so you'd think everything else would be bagged.
As Daniel K. just said, we'll wait for you, Pagan.
It's a game from top to bottom.
Whoa, no, it is not.
It is not.
That skipped for me.
Oh.
The skipping is really pissing me off. Hold on.
He just rapid fired. It's a well-designed game from top to bottom.
Well, let me play it again so I can get the exact wording.
That was the exact
clash with the user experience. It's a well-designed game from top to bottom, and
okay, yeah, that's completely fucked.
It is such a bad game from top to bottom. It is so poorly thought out, it's insane. Again, this is a world that physically cannot function. It cannot exist. I don't just mean that because, it's a nuclear holocaust. It's like, no, I mean the fact that there is no plant life to support animal life to support people life. Okay? You cannot support life in this area. It doesn't work.
I mean, there's not infinite, because there's obviously a limit, but there's so many examples of shit that's just broken in this game, or makes no sense. Because it's something I've been focusing on a bit recently. Colonel Autumn's fucking magic radiation immunity that is so effective that it saves you from death or even fucking sickness from extreme radiation poisoning when it's literally killing people all around you. It just exists to save him from the situation so he could show up later as a surprise. It's like, yeah, but that makes no sense. So, he injects himself with a thing, but we're never going to explain what it is. Okay, is there any other situation where you might want to use this? Well, let me tell you. The Enclave enters Vault 87 from the Vault entrance. The Vault entrance is an entrance you cannot use because I think at its highest there's over 5,000 rads outside that door per second. Like, you will literally die immediately. If you save in that area and then turn off God mode, you'll get into a fucking death loop of the game. The second it loads, you will die. And that's the entrance he came from. So, surely they would have had to use this radiation immunity to get out through that way. Or sorry, to get in through that way. But we also see him leaving from that way because he goes that direction when he leaves. And he'd need one for each of his two men. And he'd need one for you too. So surely this can't be rare, right? But he has none on him at the end of the game. That's a little weird. You think, the person who almost fucking died in Project Purity due to radiation might want his radiation immunity to be on him at that time? And he doesn't have it. Because he can't have it. Because if you could loot it from him, then, you can't have your forced heroic sacrifice, can you?
Yep.
I hate it so much.
God, I never even thought about that. The fucking fact that, you could have taken it for yourself to go into the thing and not die. Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
God, the more you think about this game, the worse it gets every time.
Yep. Creetosis, you can't use it because the door is inaccessible. It's actually possible to reach it without cheats, but you have to have Radaway on bind and spam the hell out of it. I know the door is inaccessible, but the point is, as far as the lore is concerned, there's no way to reach it. Unless you literally are immune, like the super mutants are. That's the entrance they use.
Last thing I sink my teeth into as I was playing the game again is, the common take in the Fallout community and really the gaming community at large is New Vegas craps all over Fallout 3's writing. And I think when you look at the breadth of choice and the options presented to the player and the sense of replayability, no doubt in my mind, yes, New Vegas is a much more impressive effort on that front. But as a scriptwriter myself, I think every script has a level of intent. And I think Fallout 3 was really built with the good and bad karma system in mind when...
What?
The fuck are you talking about?
So first of
the
all...
The intent was it was a water crisis that nobody talks about.
So first of all, if this video is an example of your script writing skills, I'm not going to take your word too seriously about what script writing should look like.
Yeah.
He feels that Fallout 3 was written around the karma system. Not really. Like, it's obvious Bethesda really cared about the karma system in Fallout 3, but it's also obvious that they half-assed it to hell and back. Because it is just so absurdly easy to game, and part of why New Vegas, the reputation system in New Vegas is better, is because of, it's a whole thing Stannis Baratheon talks about, where good actions don't wash out the bad, nor the bad from the good. I really, really love that line, but it's also fucking true. If you burn down an orphanage, but you also, like, cure cancer, that doesn't change the fact that you burned down an orphanage. And that's part of why the reputation system is so good in New Vegas. In Fallout 3, you can nuke Megaton, killing all those people. What is one of the worst, most horrible, evil decisions you can make in the entire game. And with the low price of 20 bottles of water, or I think it might be 2,000 caps, you can neutralize or even max out your karma in the positive. And, well, no one gives a shit in the first place if you nuke Megaton. But as far as karma is concerned, it's just, like, not even an issue anymore.
Yep.
$5 from Grandmaster Pie. Thank you. Yay, more time on Fallout Pain Train. Yeah, and that's the thing, too. If karma was such a big deal, then why isn't there more... See, I just can't see how to word this. I don't think the karma system can work in the way he's trying to portray without something similar to the reputation system. Because if the idea of the karma system is you do bad actions and, you know, you get your karma for that, something bad happens to you, that does not come across in Fallout 3. Whereas in New Vegas, let's say the Megaton nuke is in New Vegas and they handle it in a not retarded way. I feel like characters in the world would be commenting on that. Not just your dad and Three Dog, but like it would be a big deal to the rest of the world. You would have people who would want you dead. And I'm not talking about random mercenaries, generic nameless mercenaries. I mean, this is the kind of thing companions would abandon you for forever. Or even outright turn on you and try to kill you.
There should be, like, groups of people forming together like militias to come after you, depending on what you did.
Yeah.
Again, they could have done that and had it play into the water crisis thing. Like, if you stole water from someone, and then the allied like settlements of that place, like, what if that place was pumping water to these other places and you stole that water? Now all those other places form a militia and send people after you. They constantly harass you. And maybe they cut off quests from you. Or they'll, like, while you're talking to one person in dialogue, suddenly the dialogue switches over because a guy sneaks up behind you and says, "Don't fucking move." And you realize that it was actually a trap.
Yeah. I think a good version to do reputation is if certain actions add a trait to you, like as Cree said, burn down an orphanage, that adds that as a permanent mark on your character. Fallout 1 and 2 did that. There was the child killer perk and the grave robber, I should say perk, trait. And yeah, that's something that should absolutely be added back into the series for certain actions you do. Because honestly, when I play Fallout 3 and I nuke Megaton, and then the regulators come after me, it's just a whole lot of nothing. Especially when you get the same generic encounter in reverse with positive karma. It doesn't feel like the world is reacting to the things I have done. It feels like a check mark was ticked in a game, and it's producing a result based on that.
Yeah.
The pen, so to say. And so when I was going through it and I recognized a lot of things go down this one pathway, almost like I think of Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic. It all goes down this one pathway. We're having generally similar experiences, and then you get to an end point, and there's maybe 2 to 3 ways to end that quest. And to me, that is the powerful RPG experience I'm looking for, because there's a focus where a story is being told, and that the writer isn't spread thin trying to make an interesting thing every midpoint in the tale where it's like, oh my god, now this branches and then this branches. How many more interesting things can we have this character say that is different from what this branch?
So you're just arguing
That's fucking stupid. Yeah, you're just arguing for laziness.
You're arguing for mediocrity.
Yeah,
It's
that's
not.
the powerful RPG experience I'm looking for. Mediocrity. And not to mention,
that's
there
the.
aren't any alternate points in Fallout 3. Like, the choices of Fallout 3 are fucking abysmal.
I also feel like it's an unfair characterization to say, oh, they're trying to make every single midpoint interesting. It's like, well, no, it's just like if you're actually in a world where you're going down a pathway, of course there's going to be numerous decisions along that pathway, not just right at the very end. You know?
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, what if the person is like, hey, you agreed to all this stuff, now let's go, we're gonna go burn down the orphanage, that's where this pathway ends, and then you have no way to say, fuck no, I didn't sign up for that. That's good to you, Maddie?
Well, what if,
Being railroaded down is good to you? Like, not having a moment ever to pop out?
yeah. Because what if burning down the orphanage is one of the midpoint things that there maybe should be a decision for, but then there isn't, and because you've committed to this path, you have to do it if you want to complete the quest. And then you can only choose to do the good or evil thing right at the very end, even though you've been forced to do a horribly evil thing already anyways. That I don't like when games do that. I don't like when games that should be about choice force you down a path for like particular. That's one of the things I hate about the fucking Telltale games is where like it feels like you're so locked in to certain pathways where there should be choices to do something else and there just isn't. You know?
Yep. You have a lot of those moments of, why didn't you do that? It's kind of... There's a similar thing in Resident Evil 4 Remake, where the one police officer gets captured. He's still alive, and they tie him to a pyre, and they're starting to set him on fire. And Leon's watching going, Jesus Christ. And so I drew my weapon, and I was like, I don't care if I get hurt, I'm going to put that guy out of his misery right now. I'm not letting him sit there and burn to death. That's a horrifying death.
Yeah.
And because he doesn't deserve it. He's not a bad guy or anything. It's not like he's not fucking Goebbels or anything. He's not from the fucking Nazi regime.
No, but
you know?
death by fire is the purest of deaths.
Oh God. So yeah, I was gonna put it out of his misery, and the game forces Leon to lower his firearm if you aim at him.
Oh.
And I was like, give me the fucking option, game. Leon's trying to be stealthy. I don't give a fuck what Leon's trying to do. Leon's an idiot, and I don't want that guy to suffer. He doesn't deserve that. What was his crime? He's stuck with the vehicle? Oh, Jesus Christ. So they shouldn't have given you that visual of watching him alive, screaming, help me, oh God, it burns, it hurts. That's fucked.
Yeah. Sounds like the Thieves Guild quest line in Skyrim. Yeah, there's several points in that quest line from what I remember they're fucked, but like even that starting quest, hey, you have to implicate this guy and send him to jail if you want to join our faction. Well, what if I don't want to? Because I think you actually have to do that in order to even get into the Thieves Guild to do part of the main quest. Where you have to go down and talk to Esbern for the first time.
Yeah.
Oh, there is a way around it, but it's really dumb. You have to drop the ring and lose it, and then tell him that you lost it.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, most people aren't going to know that.
Yeah, you wouldn't know unless you, like, looked it up. But yeah, you can get around that, so you don't have to do that, but it's still just dumb.
Yeah, Gray just mentioned an example. God, I've got so many projects I want to do for videos, but Telltale's definitely one of them. In Telltale Walking Dead Season 1, if you try to save Sean Green, you will fail no matter what, and Herschel Green will thank you for trying to save him, but you still get kicked off the farm and go with Kenny. Yeah, I hate it. I hate it so much. I hate choices that don't fucking matter at all. I hate that in the Walking Dead games, whenever, I should say the Telltale Walking Dead games, whenever you are given a choice to save someone or let them die, or save person A or B, and whoever you don't save dies, the character that gets saved will 100% of the fucking time die anyways later on. With one of the best examples being like, there's this news reporter and this sort of tech guy in season 1 of Walking Dead. And it's either in... I'm pretty sure it's towards the end of episode 1. You have a choice to save one of them. And obviously the one you don't save dies. Then 2 episodes later, there's a point where they're in the RV and they're stopped at the side of the road with Crazy Bitch. And regardless of which one you saved before, both characters will die at the exact same point anyways. Like, later on. And, I just really fucking hate it so much. Before we get back to the video, $5 from Grandmaster Pie, thank you. Yay, more time on the Fallout Pain Train. Yep, it never ends. Mr.
Okay,
Bones
we
is
did
wild...
that.
We did?
Yeah.
Oh, well, anyways, Mr. Bones' wild ride never ends.
Yeah.
$5 from Dilucon, thank you. Oh god, another Fallout 3 video. Let me guess, it's another person thinking Fallout 3 is a very good game, while crapping on New Vegas, am I right? He hasn't really crapped on New Vegas too much, to be fair.
Yeah, he's just more done weird things, like you can't expect the same writing quality, which is weird. Like,
And
why can't you expect a thing to be good?
And weird things like, I want my choices at the end of the quest line rather than in the middle. Because...
Yeah, I don't want branching in the middle of quest lines for interesting results. I want everything to be railroad until the end, and then I make my choice. Which is,
it's weird.
fucking weird.
It's weird seeing that take, because the most common take is, oh my god, that fucking sucks, that the entire thing is linear, up until there's one choice at the very end that doesn't really mean a whole lot. Like, that's the most common criticisms I've seen.
Well, he has to like that, because if he didn't, he wouldn't be able to defend Fallout 3. And, yeah, I agree with Calbeck. I mean, it's kind of obvious, but, because he says, you know, the more I hear from this video, the more I think it's about Maddie wanting to get in the last word on Fallout 3. He hasn't really found anything new to talk about. It's all retread. Yeah, it's literally just him being like, no, come on, guys, the game's actually really good. Don't listen to the haters. Buy the game.
I agree. This this video really is retreaded.
Yes. Just jumble around the letters there a little bit, and you'll get what we mean.
Mm-hmm.
That might actually be a good substitute for retarded when I'm making videos.
Yeah. Might be, actually.
$2 from a guy under a bridge. Thank you. Considering you can't drop quest items, I'm surprised. Yeah, that's part of the reason why I wouldn't have expected that to be possible, because, like, 99 times out of 100, you can't drop quest items.
Yeah, it's weird.
To the point where anytime your inventory gets stripped, the quest items are still there.
Yeah. Yeah, it's really weird, because you have to steal the ring from the Argonian shopkeeper, and then once you get it, you could just drop it on the ground, and then walk over to Brynjolf and be like, "I lost the ring," and then he'll just give you a pass. He'll be like, "Ah, well, we've been having a run of bad luck lately. I guess I shouldn't be surprised it happened to you too. All right, well, meet us down in the blah blah blah."
That's actually why you can drop it, because it can't be a marked quest item that you can't remove, because you need to place it in the guy's pocket anyways.
Yeah.
For the quest to even work.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Because you got to make it rewarding for the player who's decided to go a different path. Whereas Fallout 3 really says, no, your ending is going to be what's different. The permutation's going to be at the tail end.
And even then, you don't really fucking get much.
Yeah, this
But-
is just a weird, like... Oh, instead of having multiple different endings, and you can get there in different ways, you only get there in one way, but you might have different endings that might be different? Maybe? I don't know.
But also, most Fallout 3 quests aren't long enough to have those branching midpoints anyways. What the fuck is a branching midpoint in Power of the Atom? Or Tenpenny Tower? Or... The Agatha song. I was trying to remember the name of that quest. Or, fucking most of the quests in the game. I'm sure there's minor variations here and there, like whether you tell Lucas Sims about the plot to blow up the town or not, but that doesn't really change much, does it? Oh, an NPC died. I wonder how much the world is going to react. Oh, fucking barely. His son will be sad that he's gone. Okay.
Or vice versa, you kill Burke and I don't even know if he even gets mentioned by Mr. Tenpenny that he's gone.
Yeah. $5 from Lethargic/Kitten. Thank you. Weird to call this a review. Updated thoughts on Fallout 3 would be a better title for Maddie's vid. Fucking I love environmental storytelling skeletons would be a better name for this video.
Yeah, that is what the majority of it has been.
Yeah.
And not only to write for sure, because again, you tell that one consistent tale with very minimal permutations, but it's the reward structure that I think feeds that writing. Because for me, what makes it feel so fulfilling is less the reactionary nature that I think New Vegas has, and I think there's a middle ground between these two, but I much prefer Fallout 3's more like, hey, you did this, you made this choice, here is this set of rewards.
You don't get that, you idiot. What are you talking about? What quests in Fallout 3 did you play?
I could tell you right now what this is going to be. Power of the Atom and Tenpenny Tower. Power of the Atom, you get the Tenpenny Suite. Tenpenny Tower, you get the Ghoul Mask, which is actually very useful. But there isn't much structure to the overall, like, quests for your, like... Those are the only two examples where there's any, like, significant worth it rewards. And even then, if you choose to go for those rewards, it's you choosing, like, personal gain over the actual morality. I don't think rewards play into the whole moral question. Because if the moral question is, you know, should I help group A or B when it's a genuinely gray morality situation, then you're left to decide what you think the best option is. Whereas in Fallout 3, they give you such wonderful deep choices like, do you want to destroy a town for no fucking reason?
Yeah.
$10 from Just a Guy from Alabama. Thank you. Fun fact, the Alabama equals incest thing was invented during the Civil War to apply to the entire South, but over time it narrowed down to Alabama for arbitrary reasons. Oh. Well, alright then.
Yeah.
He better not fucking cite Power of the Atom or Tenpenny Tower.
This set of rewards over here, that connects with me a little bit better, even down to choosing perks that you can get, like during the Antagonizer quest line. I love that kind of stuff because you feel the effects of your choice. Of course, one of the best feelings is how the world changes in something like New Vegas, but with Fallout 3, for me, I love how it affects my character. I love how my build changes. I love how I become pretty much a god amongst men more and more as time goes on.
So I'm just, again, maybe I'm the one with the problem. I'm going to admit that's possible. I never found the perk rewards from quests in Fallout 3 to be that compelling or game-changing. Like, there's a perk you could get from the Oasis quest. You could get the perk from Blood Ties that allows you to use blood packs as like food. Because that makes total sense. Thank you, Bethesda. I didn't find them to be that big of a deal or game changing or special. They're just kind of there.
The only two I really gave a shit about were the injection, the mutagen shot that you get from the nerdy guy in Great Itch.
I
Because
forget what that one is.
you can like improve one of I think 3 of your special
Oh,
stats, and the perk that you get in Point Lookout for doing the cave thing where you just kill a bunch of ghouls with a couple of retards in a cave, and at the end of it, if you do it successfully, you get what was the perk? You get like a substantial damage increase to all weapons if you're standing still. And those were the only 2 I gave a shit about. Everything else was like I could not fucking care less.
Ant Sight for perception or Ant Might for strength. Okay, yeah, that one I can understand. That one actually is kind of a big deal to get a perk point. Or not a perk point, a special point increase. But yeah, most of the rest of them are just very to me.
I would never describe it as I see so many people say it is. I think Fallout 3's writing is legitimately good. It's driven by...
No.
How do you
No.
think it's good?
You
Again? Like, what the fuck?
You need to take a closer look at Fallout 3's writing if you think it's legitimately good.
Yeah.
Like, honestly, don't just consume. Like, actually look at it and try to understand the implications that it has on the world it's trying to present to you, and the characters, and like, you'll come to realize that everything is fucking broken on every level, like beyond belief. Like, by saying the writing is good, it's... God, I don't even know of an example I can use. You ever see that picture of the rusted, fucked up truck that was in a place that had a volcano eruption?
No.
Oh.
No, I don't think so.
Well, anyways, point is, it's a truck that's like a husk. It's completely rusted all the way around. The glass is gone. It is just completely fucked up. That's Fallout 3. And what he's saying here by saying it has good writing is like it's a brand new, amazing truck that has no problems. Well, he hasn't said it has no problems. He just said the writing is really good. But you get the point I'm making. The thing, he's representing it to be something it's not at all.
Yeah, which is actually contradictory to what he was saying earlier about how New Vegas just shits all over Fallout 3 story. But then here he's going to say that the story is good.
He was saying that other people feel that way. Or other people will say that New Vegas shits all over Fallout 3's story.
Oh, I thought he was saying... Okay, well then... No. So he's just fucking retarded then. Okay.
Yeah.
Pagan, we talked about this. It's retreaded.
No. You can censor yourself. I will not censor mine. This dude's a fucking retard.
Fair. It is kind of a retarded argument to make.
It is.
Fallout 3's writing is legitimately good. If your point of comparison is Velma in Rings of Power, fair. If my choice was down to Velma, Rings of Power, or Fallout 3, I'll take Fallout 3 every single day of the fucking week.
Yeah,
absolutely.
I hope it doesn't come to that. But if it ever did, yeah, Fallout 3 is a clear winner. But it's like a winner by default because everything else was fucking worse than it.
God, that just made me think of like it's like one of those hypotheticals where it's like, okay, you can only like watch/play one of these 3 things. Which do you choose? And the options are those 3.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like, well, Fallout 3, obviously, but oh god, that's still gonna suck.
And the monetization was Thanos snapped once again. Yeah, we probably lost it in the first 20 seconds of the stream, though, when Pagan said fuck several times. Like, immediately.
Yeah.
$5 from Dark World XL. Thank you. Creetosis and gang. Question. Have any of you played Fallout New Vegas with the J. Sawyer mod, and what do you think of it? No, I haven't.
I have not either.
By a good and bad, and
God, I hate the skipping.
I would never describe it as serviceable as I see so many people say it is. I think Fallout 3's writing is legitimately good. It's driven by a good and bad karma system and less about reputation, which is what New Vegas does, where New Vegas shines bright because it feeds all into that reputation system.
When you say less on the reputation system, you mean no reputation system at all. And also, he said some people say it's serviceable. I wouldn't even say it's that. You know?
Yeah, I agree.
But with Fallout, good versus evil in many pockets of the game's narrative, and
Very basic good versus evil. Like,
Yeah,
again...
we're talking about, like, kindergarten or understanding of good versus evil.
Yeah. Do you want to kill all these innocent people for no reason, or do you want to disarm the bomb so they can't be killed by it? What do you choose?
Yeah.
Like, it's barely a step up from having two options, with one being blue and one being red, and that's all the context you get for whether, like, you're being good or evil.
of course, every quest, what direction do you want to go in? And it's not just usually that left or right.
Oh, no. You don't get a choice at the end of every quest of which way to go in. That's a fucking lie. Like, what are you talking about? You don't get much choices at all in Fallout 3.
Some quests do have a choice, but they are very basic bitch good versus evil. Certainly when it comes to the main story, there's no significant choices outside of what do you do to the residents of Vault whatever in the simulation, and are you going to poison the water or not?
Yeah.
The choice
I'll bear back a moment. Feel free to continue.
The choice to spare Eden or not is entirely irrelevant to anything, and he dies off screen even if you let him live. The choice to spare Colonel Autumn is completely pointless. He just literally walks out of the fucking game immediately. The choice to help Three Dog or not. Okay, maybe you get the radio if you want to listen to it. If you don't, nothing happens. Nothing changes. Leading the people from Project Purity to the Citadel. This guy's having a heart attack. You need to save him. You could shotgun him to bits fucking immediately, and Dr. Lee will call you a monster, you'll lose karma, and that's the extent of it. It's not that important. It doesn't impact anything. Like, much of the game is like this. And, like, some quests, it felt like they had to force a choice to exist. Like Agatha's song, where the premise of the quest is, hey, go to this vault and find out what happened there, even though I don't know, I have no way of knowing that the vault has fallen, but I'm just assuming it anyways. And get this violin for me, because, you know, what if the people there are still alive? And the person who owns that violin, who is passed down to because it's a fucking family heirloom. What if they don't want to give it up? Well, it sure is fucking lucky everyone's dead, isn't it? You fucking heartless bitch. The choice there is give it to her, or sell it to two other people who, will pay you like 100 caps for it. Like, not even fucking worth it. Not gonna lie, it never occurred to me that you could kill Garza. Yep, you can kill him. And in fact, you should. But yeah, there's quests where there's like, again, Agatha's song is just such a good example. What is the evil option to this quest aside from killing her outright? There isn't one. You gotta shoot him in the head. Again, I don't think there's an evil option in that quest from what I remember. You're just getting the keys for the guy. And you could not give them to him and go get the armor for yourself and instead of letting him get it. But again, it's like barely anything as far as choice goes. The great thing about Fallout 3's karma system is I can murder hobo everyone, and after a few nice things done, I'm back to being the hero of the wasteland. Yeah, that's why it's so fucked, especially with Three Dogs radio broadcasts. Because you end up in situations where, well, let's see what the hero of the wasteland has done today. I've got some terrible news, children. The lone wanderer from the vault sold a kid into slavery. It's like, you go from praising them as this fucking awesome hero into talking about their evil deeds. God, there's just so many problems with the choices in this game. I believe they actually call you something like a messiah if your karma is high enough. Yeah, because each of the karma levels has a different title. And for each title you have based on your karma for good, neutral, and evil, Three Dog will have a different intro to his broadcasts about your actions. So he could say, "Ah, yes, it's the Messiah of the Wasteland," and then go into talking about how you probably nuked Megaton, or how you sold a kid into slavery, or I'm having trouble thinking. There's only 17 side quests in this game, and I have trouble fucking remembering them all when I'm trying to give examples of like shitty choice. Oh, it's the Messiah of the Wasteland, and they participated in the slaughter of the residents of Tenpenny Tower.
Mm.
It's just, God, I hate it so much. Oh, here's a good example too. And we've talked about this before recently. I think one of the dumbest karma situations was when I killed a bunch of aliens in the Zeta DLC, and I went from the Messiah to the most evil being in the existence. Yep. Because the alien workers, for some reason, you lose karma when you kill them. Even though they're working for an evil faction, and you can't understand them, so you don't know if they're fleeing to go get more guards to fucking kill you.
Yeah.
Like anyone would even know you did that. Exactly. And that situation gets even more fucked when you leave Vault 101 for the first time, and you can run into encounters with Talon Mercs or regulators to fucking kill you for your actions. Even though no one in the Wasteland should know who you are at that point. You see, Cree, the kid said they were harmless. I don't care what the fucking kid says. The kid could go fucking die. Fucking stupid mothership Zeta. Fucking garbage.
Right, times up to 3 or 4 ways for it to end. Again, I'm not saying you can't compliment New Vegas writing over Fallout 3's. I just see a lot of people consistently acting like Bethesda writers are absolutely clueless, and I think
They are.
They are.
They genuinely are. You should listen to them talk about writing and realize that Emil, the lead writer, doesn't like writing, and he thinks that it's a waste of time. Holy shit.
God, I can't believe this. How How do you not realize at this point how fucking brainless Bethesda's writers are? Three Dog calling you out for killing innocent aliens? I actually would like to hear that in game. I wish that existed. Just because that's so fucking stupid, it's perfect and would fit in the game perfectly.
Woo! It's Three Dog bringing you the news. So I had a dream late last night that the lone wanderer had done killed him some innocent aliens. Ah, what a terrible scumbag he is. And that's all in the news.
That just gives me the idea that Three Dog will occasionally have psychotic rants of his, like, delusions and dreams of how fucking evil you are with just, like, it just doesn't align to anything in reality.
Yep.
Think about quest lines in Oblivion. I think about what we saw with Fallout 3 here, and I go, no, they're great writers.
No, they are not. They are not great writers. They are infamously bad writers.
How the fuck do you say that unironically in 2023? Are we being trolled? Is this an early April Fool's video?
I wish.
Come on. Clearly he misclicked publish when he meant to save this for April 1st. There's no way this is fucking real.
Yeah.
$2 from Chuckles Honeysuck. Thank you. Fallout 3 is okay. Bethesda is alright. I smoke crack. Yeah, well, alright then.
Well, that explains the first two statements. I'm not gonna lie, you had us in the first half.
We're almost done.
Yeah, I will be right back again in a second. I'm heating up something real quick.
Oh.
They're great. Like, of course, Obsidian level, when you play KOTOR 2, I don't think it's really close to that, outside of something maybe BioWare has made, like Dragon Age Origins. That is a tough bar to reach, and so I don't think it's really fair to size everyone up to that. But when I...
We're not asking that Bethesda's writers be fucking 10 out of 10 amazing writers. They do everything perfectly without fail. Not to say any of those games are perfect and without flaw, because they aren't. But, like, I'm asking for, like, a 5 or 6 out of 10 when we're getting 2s and 3s out of 10.
Exactly. That's what I was going to say. It was like a 5 or 6 out of 10 is all we're asking for at this point, and we can't even get that.
This is like the 6th time he's re-reviewed Fallout 3. It's kind of old at this point. Yeah. Yeah.
I look at the constant new comparisons, I'm like, they have various strengths on the script in different places because they're focused in different areas. And maybe it's because as I've become more of a developer, I've recognized this stuff a little bit more as I've become more...
Yeah, the difference is they were focused on telling an actual well-structured story with stuff actually happening and with characters that are actually believable in a world that makes sense. And Fallout 3 wasn't doing any of that. That's the difference. That's literally the only difference.
Did you catch what he just said there, too?
Oh, what? Like how in his experience and his writing experience and shit?
As a developer, if you think the story in Fallout 3 is really good, and if you think Bethesda's writers are really good, like, that already just, like, convinced me to not buy your game. If you think this writing is good.
Yeah, that's... Oof.
And maybe I'm wrong. Maybe his game will be fucking amazing. Maybe the writing will be 10 out of 10. But when you're praising the likes of Fallout 3 and 4 and Bethesda's writers as being good, it just does not give me any... What's the word? What's the word I'm looking for? Not
confidence.
hope.
Faith.
Confidence, yeah.
Okay.
It doesn't give me any confidence in the game you're making when you're saying these ones are good.
Yeah, absolutely.
Process, but I just got to say I really appreciated Fallout 3's narrative this time around, especially the side quests. I thought just the diversity of options there were great.
I'll be right
The,
back.
the diversity of options in the side quests? What diversity of options in the side quests? There were barely any side quests to begin with. What are you talking about? I'm making some burritos in my air fryer. Very tasty. Get a good crunch to it, too. Yeah, holy shit. Alright, so Cree says he's gonna be back. Should we continue without Cree?
Maybe.
I like the confidence in your answer. I'll make an executive decision and say sure.
I just got really appreciated Fallout 3's narrative this time around, especially the side quests. I thought just the diversity of options there were great. Were there moments I felt pigeonholed? Like, yeah.
What the fuck do you mean the diversity of options there?
Yeah, I had done a big rant about that already. Again, he specifically talked about the side quests, too, and I was like, there were barely side quests to begin with, but also, what options?
Oh yes, I love the diversity of option of do good thing or do... Wait, hold a second, he just fucking was talking about how he likes how, like, the choices are good and evil. What the fuck do you mean diversity of options?
Yep.
Oh my god.
Such as dabbing on everyone about his air fryer. I'm not dabbing on people. I'm telling you exactly what I'm doing. I'm have burritos in my air fryer.
I can't believe he dabbed on that man so fucking hard about his air fryer that he fucking vaporized him.
Yeah, he just fucking blown out. That's gonna be the new meme. That's what it should be. I should get my character just saying, it's so good to cook food this way. And another character's just like, in what way? With the air fryer, blah. And then I just like, fuck their Dr. Manhattan, blast them out of existence. You just see them get, like, particleized, just poof.
$2 from Chuckles Honeysock. Thank you. Out of such Pagan and Cree, who's the real NTMGGA? I have no idea what that means.
I don't know.
Fallout 3 originally ended where you got to finish this mission. Not my favorite. Not my favorite. And I didn't like that we needed a DLC.
Not my favorite. That's the best, like, that's it just seems like such a fucking cop-out to me that something that's almost universally recognized as being fucking terrible, and the best way he could describe it is, oh yeah, it's not my favorite. That implies it's not among the fucking worst. When it should be. Because it's been pointed out a million times at this point, but you have 3 companions who could go in there and survive. One of which is fucking mind control bound to you. One who's perfectly immune. And by the way, the one who's mind control bound to you is a ghoul, so like he's healed by radiation in the first place. And one is a robot. And you also have like a slave that you can order in there as well. And all of them say no. Because it needs to be this choice between you and Sarah Lyons for some reason. God.
To fix that one. That should something we all saw coming. Like, hey, I kind of want to play the game, this big open world game, after the narrative ends. Obviously, it's fixed now, so there's no sense in complaining. But I could see where that complaint would come up for some folks, but it's a thing of the past now. So overall, it was nice to walk away from this playthrough and think, I have new things to say about the game. Normally it's the same, oh, I love the game, the radio.
The fact that you're saying normally it's the same implies that you've gone through the song and dance several times of making new reviews when you've already
nothing
made
new to say.
reviews and you've got nothing new to say. Like, what the
Yeah.
fuck?
Yeah, this
Holy
is pathetic. Like, Jesus Christ, man. Just take the fucking L.
$2 from just a guy from Alabama. Thank you. Mr. House is the best VTuber ever. Sure.
No, he can't be a VTuber. His face doesn't move. He's a PNG tuber. Get it right.
Yeah,
Rip.
which is the thing.
I think the shooting's not too bad, but that's not the point.
Oh,
The RPG
bullshit. The shooting is fucking awful. It's fucking dog shit. It's horrible. Even by the standards of when it came out, it was awful. The fuck are you talking about, man?
Remember, Bethesda were so delusional. They said this would be the next Call of Duty, the next Gears of War, the next Halo in terms of shooting quality.
I can tolerate Fallout 3 shooting if there's, like, a good story attached to it. There's not a good story attached to it.
Also, what was he saying was fixed? I missed that part. I just, like,
The ending.
vaguely heard it.
The hard ending.
Oh, the hard ending, right. Yeah,
Well,
fixed
running
with
the
DLC you have to pay for.
Yep.
Yeah.
The original ending was so bad they had to fucking retcon it in a DLC. Good job.
Yeah, amazing. Yeah, no, yeah, there's no sense in complaining about that. They fixed it. I mean, yeah, you got to pay money to get the fix, but there's no reason to complain about that. Fuck off.
It's actually kind of shocking that someone is acknowledging how terrible the original ending for Fallout 3 is without acknowledging that the rest of the writing in the game is just as bad.
Yeah, I don't get it. I don't get how you can sit here and say that that part was bad, but everything else was fine.
Because again,
Like,
the one thing people reference all the fucking times is what Fox says. Oh, it is your destiny to go in there and die. I will not deny your destiny from you. And it's like, what?
Yeah, which is so ridiculous because it's like,
You're
like,
immune.
oh, so
You're immune. I don't have to go in there and die.
yeah, it's
you
like,
had-
okay, so it wasn't your destiny to stay in that fucking cell locked up for the rest of your fucking life because I saved you. No, but it is my destiny to go in there and fucking die when you could go do it and have literally nothing happen to you. I see how it is, dickhead.
It's just such contrived bullshit, especially when he already went through a highly irradiated area to get something for you. It's like, yeah, that time was fine. This time, no, it's your destiny to die. Fuck you. Go in the chamber, asshole.
Yeah, I forget what Sharon says. Like, he won't do it either, but I don't remember why. Like, I forget what he says. I think he just says "go fuck yourself." Honestly, like something like along those lines, where he's just like, "Nah, go fuck yourself."
No, I know Jericho will say something like "go fuck yourself." I don't remember what Sharon says.
I don't remember. Yeah, the robot won't do it either for some reason, which is weird. It's a fucking robot. You should be able to command it to go do what you want, but
Yeah. Especially since robots are apparently unaffected by radiation in this universe.
Yeah, which they are affected by radiation in the real world. Using radiation will fuck up circuitry pretty heavily.
The game
does
also...
he actually use the fucking "it's your fate" thing as well? Because if so, holy shit, that is so fucking. That is so lazy, and it's also just really pissing me off because it's like, you can save them. It's like, okay, so you can change their fate, you know, from being stuck in a dead-end bar that he hates, or, you know, Fox from being trapped in a fucking room for the rest of his life, and you could give them an actual life. But then when it's time for them to pay you back in some way, like change your fate. They just won't fucking do it. Like, no, it's your fate is to die. Like, sure, you changed our fates for the better, but we're not going to do the same for you. Fuck off.
Oh, and by the way, before anyone argues the case of Fox getting the Gek for you, you can run ahead and get the Gek yourself. It is survivable very easily. And when you do so, Fox will chastise you for doing something so stupid and dangerous. And he will still refuse to go into the Project Purity to hit the button for you. So you can live. So in that case, he doesn't ever pay you back.
Yeah.
I found out about this recently. Apparently synths can be damaged by gamma guns in Fallout 4. Well, as it turns out, the gamma guns are completely fucked. There's two types of radiation. The normal radiation you deal with during playthrough, where, like, you step in a puddle and you start taking rads. That's most of the damage the gamma gun does, but it also has radiation immunity penetrating radiation damage, which makes no fucking sense, and it leads to situations where you're better off with radiation resistance over radiation immunity, because the resistance resists the radiation immunity penetrating radiation. And it's just like, it's so fucked. I hate it. It pissed me off learning about it.
Yeah, that's fucked. Also, Hunter Knight. Well, no, Pagan. Fox pays you back by going to Raven Rock and not contributing to the fight at all. Yeah, I'm sorry. You're right. Yeah, that's how he pays you back.
That's if he even shows up, and he doesn't always show up there.
Mm-hmm.
$2 from just a guy from Alabama. Thank you. I love my sniper rifle shooting at an 80-degree angle. Oh, don't we all? I love it when I shoot a gun, and the casings eject out of the side, but they clip through the gun itself anyways. And then, physics is so fucked with those casings that even though they're ejecting out of the right, they'll fly up and over to the left for no reason.
Yeah, they literally clip through the gun.
Yeah,
it's insane.
I don't know how I never noticed that with the assault rifle in Fallout 4 before. Like, I knew it was bad, but I never even thought about the fact that they come out of the right side but still go to the left. That is so shit.
I remember finding that out, like, realizing what that was, and just like, oh shit, I have to show Setch and Pagan this. And, like... Fuck, it's so fucked. $10 from Chuckles Honeysuck, thank you. Fallout 3 can be enjoyed if you have the right mods, Wanderer's Edition. I know that's not entirely valid to defend a game by saying, but mods fix it, but it is true. New Vegas can get old sometimes. I'm not saying people can't mod their games. If you enjoy modding if you enjoy Fallout 3 because of the mods you add to it, go ahead. I'm not here to stop you. I'm not here to tell you you're wrong. I'm not here to tell you what you can or can't have fun with. My problem with the but mods fix it argument is the fact that it's an argument at all. Where you're saying, oh, well, this thing about Fallout 3 is bad, that thing about Fallout 3 is bad, these things about Fallout 4 are bad. Oh, well, but mods fix it. That's not an argument. Because it doesn't matter whether mods fix them or not. Those are problems inherent in the base game.
Yep.
Yeah.
Especially when it comes to lore issues, because even if you mod Fallout 3 and 4 to fix all the lore issues, if you mod Kid in a Fridge out of the game, and Johnny Winter from Nick Valentine's Quest, if you mod him out of the game, fine, you don't have to deal with those lore breaks in the game. Same with the power armor bullshit that they do in Fallout 4. You can mod that stuff out, so you don't have those lore breaks in the game. They're still part of the overall canon. And that's the problem. Yeah. $5 from a guy under a bridge. Thank you. Never forget, the Zetans had 200 plus years to invade and terraform after getting humanity to nuke itself. Didn't dump anthrax in vault vents. Nothing. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, my thing about mods is I like mods. I use mods obviously a lot, especially for Fallout New Vegas. Because you're right, it does get old after a while. But that's the thing. I don't mind modding games that are good. You know, where the base game itself is already good, and I want to enhance it because I've been playing it for so long. I just don't care enough to mod something like Fallout 3 because it's like I don't care. It's not a good game, and I shouldn't have to fucking try to fix the game myself with mods to enjoy it.
Yes, that too.
So I just don't really care to do that. I'd rather just mod New Vegas, a game I already like and don't actually need mods to enjoy. But if it enhances the experience that is already good, then I have no problem with doing that.
To put it another way, mods are an enhancement to the thing you have. If the thing you're modding is dog shit, you have enhanced dog shit.
Yeah, exactly. That's how I see it.
Normally it's the same. Oh, I love the game. The radio is great. I think the shooting's not too bad, but that's not the point. The RPG systems, running the...
Some of the weakest RPG systems I've seen in a game that could still be called an RPG.
Yeah.
$2 from Chuckle Sunnysuck, thank you. On the topic of mods, what's your opinion on AI voices? We had a massive tangent earlier in the stream about AI stuff.
Yeah.
One I don't want to get back into.
No, it was a very long discussion, so you'll just have to listen to that on the re-upload because I think we pretty well covered everything.
I'll leave it at there's some funny memes made from it, like the Dagoth Ur memes. It's terrifying that it could be applied to real world situations and fuck over people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I looked it up, and Sharon says he saved your sorry ass enough times, and that this is on you. What if you just hired him immediately before doing this mission?
And even then, it's like, okay, so assuming you're out in the wasteland and you both shoot at something and kill it, that's not him saving your ass, that's him pulling his weight.
Yeah.
Like, what the fuck? He doesn't save your ass at all. At any point during the game, he does not save you. And then the one chance he gets to actually do something for you, to actually save you, because the way you saved him, and he tells you, he gives you this shit of, I saved your ass enough. You haven't done anything.
Also, he's at no risk.
Yeah, no risk. That's the worst part. Him, Fox, and the fucking robot are at no risk to go in there and fucking do that shit, and they just won't. Well, the robot is, but it should be.
See, that's the thing, too, is half this problem exists with the original ending because Bethesda decided, oh yeah, we should give non-human companions to the Lone Wanderer. Let's give them a super mutant, a ghoul, and a robot companion that's possible to get. And it's like, okay, what about the ending? Oh, let's just have them invent some bullshit so they won't do it. If all the companions were human, they would have a valid reason to say, fuck you, I'm not going in there.
Yeah, exactly.
Yep.
If the game was realistic, the robot would too, but the game is not realistic. I'm pretty sure they made it canon that the robots do not take radiation damage, which...
Nick Valentine says he's safe to go into the glowing crater because he's a robot.
Right, yeah. So it is canon, which, again, that's not how that works. Fucking electronics and stuff like that, transistors and circuits and all that kind of stuff will just melt under radiation.
The same circle. Really nice to just have this different takeaway from my experience, and so I just wanted to share it with all of you. Again, this is kind of unplanned, but I'm happy I went through with it because I really enjoyed my time with it again, unsurprisingly so. But I was happy that I took away something new, and Bethesda should be proud.
I found a skeleton I didn't find before. Fucking Great storytelling, Bethesda. Thank you for your wonderful product that isn't bad in any way possible.
Yeah.
I feel the life energy being fucking drained out of my body right now.
That's a developer's dream, right? To make something that gamers can come back to endlessly and they feel like they're finding something new most playthroughs.
That didn't happen with Bethesda at all.
I mean, this is assuming that that finding something new is really, really good. Again, I found something new the other day when I was playing. I can't tell you how much I don't fucking care about the new thing I found. It was nothing.
That's a feat to accomplish. So I just wanted to share that with all of you. And of course, encourage you to share your stories on Fallout 3 down below. So what are you thinking about this game, and are you playing it now that it's Starfield season? Because yeah, I got a little BGS bug in me right now, so we'll see what other BGS games we pick up. But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, I'm looking forward to seeing your thoughts. And with that, take excellent
You're
care.
definitely not looking forward to seeing our thoughts.
No. I was just about to say, yeah, please comment what you think about the game in the comments below. But make sure that it's positive, because I don't want to hear any more complaining. That's why I'm making this video in the first place, to get the last laugh in. So,
Also, Starfield season, isn't that being released in fucking, like, September?
I don't know.
Thanks. Not positive anymore. I think there was another delay.
Because I thought it was supposed to be releasing last year until it got delayed, and then it was supposed to be, I think, this month or next month, but it recently got delayed again until, I'm pretty sure it's Q4 2023. So if it's Q4, then it won't be September then. It would be October, November, December. Or was it Q3? Either way, later this year. So, I don't know how it's Starfield season.
Every season is Starfield season, if you believe hard enough.
Be sure to follow me on Twitter, follow me on Instagram. Those links are in the description down below. And a big...
Okay, so self-shilling now, we're done.
Yeah, thank God. Oh my God, dude. How pathetic.
Yeah, but the skeletons, Pagan. Didn't you care about the skeletons?
And you know what's so annoying? Is this is getting next to no pushback, I bet. Like, probably no one else is making any videos about this. But how much you want to bet if we, or, you know, or in this case, if you made another review of Fallout 3, which technically your first one wasn't actually a review, it was a response to Matten, but a lot of people see it as a review.
Yeah.
But if you made another video about Fallout 3, they'd be ruthless. They would just fucking go at you constantly. Oh, you fucking hate this game. You just can't leave it alone. Really? You had to make another fucking video? Jesus Christ. Meanwhile, this dude makes a new fucking Fallout 3 review like every couple of years, apparently. And it's just fine. Because he's shilling for it. So it's fine.
Don't you know that being positive about something is good 100% of the time, regardless of what you're saying or doing? And being negative, that's mean, so it's always bad in any context, regardless of what it is.
Yeah.
Yes. I love child murder.
and to be fair, the Miniature Nerd Fallout 3 response does sort of serve as a review.
No matter what.
Because we're covering I'm covering all the content in that video. So, it does kind of serve as a review as well. But it's mainly a response.
Yeah. Well, I think we should do our chat a big favor and give them a bit of a palate cleanser with our beloved, the one we trust in, Rolo, needs to make another appearance.
Damn it! I was gonna do it! I was gonna do it, like, as just a random thing, and you mentioned it.
No, you don't understand. We need our Lord and Savior back. We need Rolo.
In Rolo we trust.
Rolo.
never change. Never change.
All right. I guess that's it for today. Thank you for coming out, everyone.
Yeah.
How I end the Ghoul Child Quest. Yes, the Killable Children mod is worth it for just being able to get your own ending for Kid in a Fridge.
Yeah.
Make that clip a subscription or super chat message. You know what? I might do that.
That might be a good idea, yeah. Also, I love this comment. Does the child have weak bones? Actually, kinda, yeah. He, like, in the story, the part of the plot is that this kid is dying anyway. He's got some sort of disease, and the fucking town is going to sacrifice him to what they believe is their god, but it actually turns out to be crazy scientists who turn him into basically the Hulk, who's also an airbender.
The child is dying of weak bones. Connect to the ooh what you say sound. You know what? I might do that with Vash's reaction afterwards, because we cut it there early, obviously, and have the intro to the 5 Gum commercial. You know what? I think I'll do that. Thank you for the suggestion, Calbeck. Well, after a gunshot to the head, your bones will be severely weakened. If that's everything, then, Pagan, chill your shit.
I have a YouTube channel. I play games on there sometimes when my computer works, which is very rare these days. There will be a review coming out on that channel, though, in the future.
Eventually.
So keep an eye out. Eventually, but keep an eye out for that eventually.
Yeah.
So yeah, just go ahead and give me new subscribers.
Do it. Subscribe
Please.
to the horse. Do it! Such, go ahead.
Mike and Ike's. Anyways, chat, I am Seth Dreskar. I am over on twitch.tv/SethDreskar. I also have a YouTube channel. If you want to subscribe to it, you can. We're still working on, obviously, doing the Halo Reach video. I'm looking forward to getting that finished, done, and dusted. We're going to post that on YouTube and Rumble at the same time. For this coming up week, I'm going to be doing Resident Evil 4 and Half-Life 2. Resident Evil 4 Remake, so that's going to be what's on tomorrow's agenda. And then on Saturday Showtime this coming up weekend, we will be watching Deadpool. So, you know, that's a fantastic, fun movie. I was like, you know what, we've been doing a lot of dark movies. Let's do a fun, like, goofy, fun, just romp movie. Because everybody fears the T-Rex.
Give me subscribers gives me the same energy of give me money. Yeah, that's the point. I'm literally just like, I basically don't upload anything. I just ask people, give me more subscribers so I don't have to work.
give me your shekels. This is the shameless shekel shakedown.
Yeah.
Yeah, we do have the bounty board up and running on my Discord, so you can see who's already done bounties, or you can suggest a new bounty yourself. And by suggest, I mean at least put $1 in, and then it'll get put on the bounty board.
Yeah. I think that's part of my apprehension with doing anything on that channel is because it always just feels like I'm doing it for nothing. Which I know I'm not actually, but it's just like, that's just how it feels. Because it's like, oh, but you're not partnered and you don't get to be partnered until you reach a certain number. And it's like, oh. So it's like, oh, so I'm not going to get paid for any of my work until I get partnered, who knows if that'll even ever happen.
Yep.
Fuck, it sucks.
Yeah, you do. All right, Bird Brain, chill your shit.
I've been working on a thing. I'm very happy with its progress. It's going to be shorter than most people are used to. It's going to be less than an hour long. I'm hoping to have it done very soon, though. As kind of like, something that tied people over and something for me to get at least part of my frustration with this thing off of my chest. And, it'll be... there'll be a full version of it eventually. There's just other stuff on the go that I want to do. And, yeah. But I am working on other stuff. And I'm going to be working on even more stuff, apparently. So, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's all I've got for now, I guess. Have a good night, everyone. Thank you for coming out. It's very much appreciated, and we'll see you next time.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye!
ロロ